Section 1 of a budget of Christmas tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Christmas Tales. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 1, Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterward, above the warehouse door, Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire. Secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice a frosty rime on his head and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him, no wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain, the snow and hail and sleet, could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones call nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting-house. It was cold, bleak weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The door of Scrooge's counting-house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal-box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter, and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, uncle?" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned the nephew gaily, "what right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said "Bah!" again, and followed it with "Keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine." "Keep it?" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you! Much good it has ever done you!" "There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say," returned the nephew. "Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good. And I say, God bless it." The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder if you don't go into Parliament." "Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us to-morrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love," growled Scrooge, as if that were the only thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing from you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I am sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party. But I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humour to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle!" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "And a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "There's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him, "my clerk with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years," Scrooge replied. "He died 7 years ago this very night." "We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner," said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the Union workhouses?" demanded Scrooge. "Are they still in operation?" "They are still," returned the gentleman. "I wish I could say they were not, under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink, and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt, and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?" "Nothing," Scrooge replied. "Oh, you wish to be anonymous?" "I wish to be left alone," said Scrooge. "Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there." "Many can't go there, and many would rather die." "If they would rather die," said Scrooge, "they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that." "But you might know it," observed the gentleman. "It's not my business," Scrooge returned. "It's enough for a man to understand his own business, and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Scrooge returned his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. At length the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out, and put on his hat. "You'll want all day to-morrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge. buttoning his great coat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no great coat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys, 20 times in honour of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at Blindman's Buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be, that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and have forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door, and walked across the hall, and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing-gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange inexplicable dread, that, as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise down deep below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted house were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight toward his door. "Ah, humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His colour changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door, and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long, and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. "How now," said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever, "what do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. Can you sit down? Asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. I can. Do it then. Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me! And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness." The spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain, and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link, and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor, in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob!" he said imploringly. "Oh, Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and it is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house, mark me. In life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow," the ghost replied. "7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time?" "The whole time," said the ghost. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast?" said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the Ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The Ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chain hideously. "O captive bound and double ironed," cried the Phantom, "not to know the ages of incessant labour by immortal creatures, for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunities misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the Ghost, wringing its hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me!" cried the Ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge. "But don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How it is that I have appeared before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered, and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the Ghost. "I am here to-night to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank'ee." "You will be haunted," resumed the Ghost, "by 3 spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the Ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first to-morrow, when the bell tolls 1." "Couldn't I take 'em all at once, and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." The apparition walked backward from him toward the window, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's Ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say "Humbug," but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of Section 1. Section 2 of a budget of Christmas tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave Two. The first of three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that, looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes, when the chimes of a neighbouring church clock struck 12. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through the whole day, and far into another night." Scrooge lay and thought it over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavoured not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and, considering that he could not go to sleep, this was perhaps the wisest solution in his power. He was once more convinced that he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously, and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. "The hour itself," said Scrooge triumphantly. "Nothing else." He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the visitor who drew them. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were like those upper members bare. It wore a tunic of purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using in its duller moments a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if, instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature. "No, your past." Scrooge then made bold to inquire what business brought him here. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes; that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing; that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap; and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made toward the window, clasped its robe in supplication. "I am mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear but a touch of my hand there," said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed out, and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold, winter day, with snow upon the ground. "Good Spirit," said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him, "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it!" Scrooge cried with fervour. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting toward them with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him?" "The school is not quite deserted," said the Ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and sobbed. They left the high road and a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used. Their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables. The coach-houses and the sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within. For entering the dreary hall, and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold and vast. There was an earthy savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the Ghost and Scrooge, across the hall, to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them, and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form, and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he had used to be. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket, and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the Spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all." The Ghost smiled thoughtfully, and waved his hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked. Fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the Ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head glanced anxiously toward the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and putting her arms about his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as "Dear, dear brother." "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands, and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan?" returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home for good and all. Home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night, when I was going to bed, that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, 'Yes, you should,' and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here. But first we're to be together all the Christmas long, and have the merriest time in the world." "You are quite a woman, little Fan!" exclaimed the boy. She clasped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness toward the door, and he, nothing loth to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. Master Scrooge's trunk being tied on the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar-frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature whom a breath might have withered," said the Ghost, "but she had a large heart." "So she had," said Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, Spirit. God forbid." "She died a woman," said the Ghost, "and had, I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the Ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again, but it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The Ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it?" said Scrooge. "Was not I apprenticed here?" They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk, that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen, and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow 'prentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the Ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear!" "Yo ho, my boy!" said Fezziwig. "No more work to-night. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters, 1, 2, 3, had 'em up in their places, 4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em, 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here." Clear away! There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a playroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In they all came one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. There were dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them. And thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small!" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously, like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that this power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance, and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." His former self turned down the lamps and gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick!" This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to any one whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect, for again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed toward you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until in good season we should improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man." "I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart, is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you." "Have I ever sought release?" "In words, no, never." "In what, then?" "In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us," said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, "can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? Or, choosing her, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were." He was about to speak, but she left him, and they parted. "Spirit," said Scrooge, "show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me?" "I told you these were shadows of things that have been," said the Ghost. "That they are what they are. Do not blame me." "Remove me!" Scrooge exclaimed. "I cannot bear it." He turned upon the Ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. "Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer!" In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the Ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Section 2. Section 3 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave Three, the second of the Three Spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time, for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed, for he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of the hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant. At last, however, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly, and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name, and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room. There was no doubt about that. but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there. And such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrifaction of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped upon the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, suckling pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, and immense twelfth cakes, that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the Ghost. "Come in, and know me better, man." Scrooge entered timidly, and hung his head before the Spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the Spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the Ghost of Christmas Present," said the Spirit. "Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the Spirit. "Never," Scrooge made to answer it. "Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born these later years," pursued the Phantom. "I don't think I have," said Scrooge. "I am afraid I have not. You have had many brothers, Spirit?" "More than 1,800," said the Ghost. "A tremendous family to provide for," muttered Scrooge. The Ghost of Christmas Present rose. "Spirit," said Scrooge submissively, "conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. To-night, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it." "Touch my robe." Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The whole scene vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music, in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it plumping down into the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. Perhaps it was the pleasure the good Spirit had in showing his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerk's. For there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe. And on the threshold of the door the Spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own. "What has ever got your precious father, then?" said Mrs. Cratchit, "and your brother Tiny Tim? And Martha warn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour." "Here's Martha, mother," said a girl, appearing as she spoke. "Here's Martha, mother," cried the 2 young Cratchits. "Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha!" "Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are!" said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. "We'd a deal of work to finish up last night," replied the girl, "and had to clear away this morning, mother." "Well, never mind, so long as you are come," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye." "No, no, there's father coming!" cried the two young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. "Hide, Martha, hide!" So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim! He bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. "Why, where's our Martha?" cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. "Not coming," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not coming?" said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. "Not coming upon Christmas Day?" Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke. So she came out prematurely from behind the closet door, and ran into his arms, while the two young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. "And how did little Tim behave?" asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob in his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. "As good as gold," said Bob, "and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see." Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool beside the fire. And Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened up the apple sauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There never was such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness, were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by apple sauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind, she would confess she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been very flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleaned, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to all, my dears. God bless us," which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side, upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the Ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no!" said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind Spirit! Say they will be spared." "If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race," returned the Ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head, to hear his own words quoted by the Spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. "Man," said the Ghost, "if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of Heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust." Scrooge bent before the Ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground, but raised them speedily on hearing his own name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob, "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast, indeed!" cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. "I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it." "My dear," said Bob, "the children! Christmas Day!" Scrooge was the older of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the Baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business; and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favour when he came into receipt of the bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to be abed to-morrow morning for a good long rest, to-morrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. By and by they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of a high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another. and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinkling on the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in the kitchens, parlours, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, that he meditated on these scenes, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at the same nephew with approving affability. "Ha, ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha, ha, ha! If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things, that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humour. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behinded, roared out lustily. "Ha, ha, 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 ha! He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it too." "More shame for him, Fred!" said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women! They never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking, capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I have no patience with him," observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. "Oh, I have," said Scrooge's nephew. "I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come in and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner." "Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I am very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't any great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow." "I was only going to say," said Scrooge's nephew, "that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us, and not making merry with us, is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year, and saying, "Uncle Scrooge, how are you?" if it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something, and I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge; but being thoroughly good-natured, and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment. After tea they had some music. Scrooge's niece played well, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that the ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop! There was first a glorious game at blindman's buff. Of course there was, and I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas Present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping up against the piano, smothering himself amongst the curtains. Wherever she went, there he went. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her head-dress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger, and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it, when another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blindman's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool, in a snug corner where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits, and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise at the game of How, When, and Where, she was very great, and, to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow; though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge. For wholly forgetting, in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears, he sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed right too. For the sharpest needle, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this the spirit said could not be done. The whole scene passed off, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful; on foreign lands, and they were close at home; by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope; by poverty, and it was rich; in almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night; but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the Ghost grew older, clearly older. "Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, "but I see something strange, and not belonging to yourself, protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of its robes it brought two children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at his feet, and clung upon the outside of its garment. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out, and touched them with its freshest tints, a stale and shriveled hand like that of age had pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade through all the mysteries of wonderful creation has monsters half so terrible and dread. Scrooge started back appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is Ignorance, this girl is Want. Beware of them both, and all of their degree, but most of all beware of this boy." "Have they no refuge or resource?" cried Scrooge. "Are there no prisons?" said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. "Are there no workhouses?" The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the Ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground toward him. Section 3. Section 4 of a budget of Christmas tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave Four. The Last of the Spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee. For in the very air through which this spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night, and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. "I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come," said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand. "You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us," Scrooge pursued. "Is that so, Spirit?" The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition, and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black. "Ghost of the future!" he exclaimed, "I fear you more than any spectre I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear your company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?" It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. "Lead on," said Scrooge. "Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, Spirit." The phantom moved away as it had come toward him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them, and encompass them of its own act. But there they were in the heart of it, on 'change amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down, and clinked the money in their pockets, and conversed in groups, and looked at their watches, and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals, and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stooped beside one little knot of business men. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. "No," said a great fat man with a monstrous chin, "I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead." "When did he die?" inquired another. "Last night, I believe." "What has he done with his money?" asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey-cock. "I haven't heard," said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know." This pleasantry was received with a general laugh. "It's likely to be a very cheap funeral," said the same speaker, "for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?" "I don't mind going if lunch is provided," observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose, "but I must be fed if I make one." Another laugh. "Well, I am the most disinterested among you after all," said the first speaker, "for I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch. But I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye-bye." Speakers and listeners strolled away, and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men, and looked toward the spirit for explanation. He was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversations apparently so trivial, but feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. Nor could he think of any one immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of town, where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognized its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets. And the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort there was a low-browed beetling shop below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were brought. Upon the floor within were piled heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in the mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones. Sitting in among the wares he dealt in, by a charcoal stove made of old bricks, was a grey-haired rascal nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with a pipe had joined them, they all three burst into laugh. "Let the charwoman alone be the first," cried she who had entered first. "Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it." "You could have met in a better place," said old Joe, removing his pipe from his mouth. "Come into the parlour." The parlour was the space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, put it into his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees and looking with a bold defiance at the other two. "Now then," cried the woman, "who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose?" "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. "If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw," pursued the woman, "why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there alone by himself." "In the rest of the world?" "It's the truest word that was ever spoke," said Mrs. Dilber. "It's a judgment on him." "I wish it was a little heavier judgment," replied the woman. "And it should have been, you may depend on it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We know pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. Open the bundle, Joe." But the gallantry of her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive: a seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found that there was nothing more to come. "That's your account," said Joe, "and I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next?" Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. "I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself," said old Joe. "That's your account. If you asked me for another penny and made it an open question, I'd repent of being so liberal, and knock off half a crown." "And now undo my bundle, Joe," said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large heavy roll of some dark stuff. "What do you call this?" said Joe. "Bed curtains." "Ah, ha, ha!" returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. "Bed curtains!" "You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?" said Joe. "Yes, I do," replied the woman. "And why not? Why not?" "You were born to make your fortune," said Joe, "and you'll certainly do it." "I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything in it by reaching it out, for the sake of such a man as he was, I promise you, Joe," returned the woman coolly. "Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now." "His blankets?" asked Joe. "Whose else do you think?" replied the woman. "He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say." "I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh?" said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. "Don't be afraid of that," returned the woman. "I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things, if he did. You may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me." "What do you call wasting of it?" asked old Joe. "Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure," replied the woman with a laugh. "Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look uglier than he did in that one." Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil, in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp, he viewed them with a detestation and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons, marketing the corpse itself. "Ha, ha!" cried the same woman, when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, told out their several gains upon the ground. "This is the end of it, you see. He frightened every one away from him when he was alive, to profit us when he was dead. Ha, 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 ha!" "Spirit!" said Scrooge, shuddering from head to foot. I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful Heaven! What is this?" He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay a something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed; and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced toward the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it, but had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. "Spirit," he said, "this is a fearful place. I am leaving it. I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me. Let us go." Still the ghost pointed with an unmoved finger to the head. "I understand you," Scrooge returned, "and I would do it if I could. But I have not the power, Spirit, I have not the power." Again it seemed to look upon him. "If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death," said Scrooge, quite agonized, "show that person to me. Spirit, I beseech you." The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and withdrawing it revealed a room by daylight, where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried but in vain to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of her children in their play. At length the long expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer. "Is it good," she said, "or bad, to help him?" "Bad," he answered. "Are we quite ruined?" "No, there is hope yet, Caroline." "If he relents," she said, amazed. "There is. Nothing is past hope, if such a miracle has happened." "He is past relenting," said her husband. "He is dead." She was a mild and patient creature, if her face spoke truth, but she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so, with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. "What the half-drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then." "To whom will our debt be transferred?" "I don't know, but before that time we shall be ready with the money, and even though we were not, it would be bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. But we may sleep to-night with light hearts, Caroline." Yes, soften it as they would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces, hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and it was a happier house for this man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him, caused by the event, was one of pleasure. "Let me see some tenderness connected with the death," said Scrooge, "or that dark chamber, Spirit, which we left just now, will be for ever present to me." The ghost conducted him through several streets to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were sewing, but surely they were very quiet. "And he took a child, and set him in the midst of them." Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out as he and the Spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. "The color hurts my eyes," she said. "The color! Ah, poor Tiny Tim!" "They're better now," said Cratchit's wife. "It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home, for the world. It must be near his time." "Past it, rather," Peter answered, shutting up his book. "But I think he has walked a little slower than he used, these few last evenings, mother." They were very quiet again. At last she said, in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once, "I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed." "So have I," cried Peter, "often." "And so have I," exclaimed another. So had all. "But he was very light to carry," she resumed, intent upon her work, "and his father loved him so that it was no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door." She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob and his comforter (he had need of it, poor fellow) came in. His tea was ready for him, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knee, and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table, and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. "Sunday? You went to day, then, Robert?" said his wife. "Yes, my dear," returned Bob. "I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday." "My little child!" cried Bob. "My little child!" He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart, perhaps, than they were. "Spectre!" said Scrooge. "Something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead." The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before into the resorts of business men, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment. "This court," said Scrooge, "through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come." The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere. "The house is yonder!" Scrooge exclaimed. "Why do you point away?" The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and wondering why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused and looked round before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man, whose name he had now to learn, lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much bearing, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced toward it trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new meaning in its solemn shape. "Before I draw near to that stone to which you point," said Scrooge, "answer me one question. Are these the shadows of things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only?" Still The ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. "Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead," said Scrooge. "But if the course be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me." The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept toward it, trembling as he went, and following the finger read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. "Am I that man who lay upon the bed?" he cried upon his knees. The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again. "No, spirit! No, no, no!" The finger still was there. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. End of Section 4. Section 5 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 5. The end of it. Yes! The bedpost was his own. The bed was his own, and the room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was so fluttered and so glowing with his good intentions that his broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet with tears. "They are not torn down!" cried Scrooge, folding one of his bed curtains in his arms. "They are not torn down! Rings and all! They are here! I am here! The shadows of the things that have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will." He had frisked into the sitting room, and was now standing there, perfectly winded. "There's the saucepan that the gruel was in," cried Scrooge, starting off again, and going round the fireplace. "There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It happened. Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs. "I don't know what day of the month it is," said Scrooge. "I don't know how long I have been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind, I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello, whoopa! Hello there!" He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Clash, clash, hammer, ding, dong, bell. Bell, dong, ding, hammer, clang, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious! Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. "What's to-day?" cried Scrooge, calling downward to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh?" returned the boy, with all his might of wonder. "What's to-day, my fine fellow?" said Scrooge. "To-day?" replied the boy. "Why, Christmas Day." "It's Christmas Day," Scrooge said to himself. "I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. Hello, my fine fellow." "Hello," returned the boy. "Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one, at the corner?" Scrooge inquired. "I should hope I did," replied the lad. "An intelligent boy," said Scrooge. "A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there?" "It's hanging there now," replied the boy. "Is it?" said Scrooge. "Go and buy it." "Walker!" exclaimed the boy. "No, no," said Scrooge. I am in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the directions where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling." The boy was off like a shot. "I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's," whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands and splitting with a laugh. "I shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim." The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. The chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair, and chuckled till he cried. He dressed himself, all in his best, and got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the Ghost of Christmas Present, and walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterward that of all the blithe sounds he ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far, when coming on toward him he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting house the day before, and said, "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe?" It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look upon him when they met. But he knew what path lay straight before him, and he took it. "My dear sir," said Scrooge, quickening his pace, and taking the old gentleman by his hands, "how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir."
"Master Scrooge?"
"Yes," said Scrooge, "that is my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness—" Here Scrooge whispered in his ear. "Oh, Lord bless me!" cried the gentleman, as if his breath were taken away. "My dear Scrooge, are you serious?" "If you please," said Scrooge, "not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favour?" "My dear sir," said the other, shaking his hands with him, "I do not know what to say to such "Don't say anything," retorted Scrooge. "Come and see me. Will you come and see me?" "I will," cried the gentleman, and it was clear he meant to do it. "Thank'ee," said Scrooge. "I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you." He went to church, and walked about the streets, and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted the children on the head, and looked down into the kitchens of houses, and up to the windows, and found everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that any walk, that anything, could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon he turned his steps toward his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash and did it. "Is your master at home, my dear?" said Scrooge to the girl. "Nice girl, very."
"Yes, sir."
"Where is he?" said Scrooge.
"He's in the dining room, sir, along with mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please."
"Thank'ee, he knows me," said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock. "I'll go in here, my dear." He turned it gently, and sidled his face in round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points, and like to see that everything is right.
"Fred?" said Scrooge.
"Why, bless my soul!" cried Fred. "Who's that?"
"It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?"
"Let him in! It is a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first, and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it.
Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. A quarter past. No Bob. He was full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. "Hello!" growled Scrooge in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. "What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?"
"I am very sorry, sir," said Bob. "I am behind my time."
"You are," repeated Scrooge. "Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please."
"It's only once a year, sir," pleaded Bob, appearing from the tank. "It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir."
"Now, I'll tell you what, my friend," said Scrooge. "I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer, and therefore I am about to raise your salary."
"A Merry Christmas, Bob!" said Scrooge with an earnestness that could not be mistaken, as he clapped him on the back. "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary, and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon. Make up the fires, and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit." Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him. But he let them laugh, and little heeded them. For he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins as have the melody in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterward. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that truly be said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. End of Section 5. Section 6 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Christmas Babe by Margaret E. Sangster. We love to think of Bethlehem, that little mountain town, to which on earth's first Christmas day our blessed Lord came down. A lowly manger for his bed, the cattle near in stall. There, cradled close in Mary's arms, he slept, the Lord of all. If we had been in Bethlehem, we too had hasted fain to see the babe whose little face knew neither care nor pain. Like any little child of ours, he came unto his own. Through cross and shame before him stretched his pathway to his throne. If we had dwelt in Bethlehem, we would have followed fast, and where the star had led our feet have knelt ere dawn was past. Our gifts, our songs, our prayers had been an offering as he lay, the blessed babe of Bethlehem, in Mary's arms that day. Now breaks the latest Christmas morn. Again the angels sing, and far and near the children throng their happy hymns to bring. All heaven is stirred, all earth is glad. For down the shining way the Lord who came to Bethlehem comes yet on Christmas Day. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Debbie Baker Robinson, Davie, Florida. A Western Christmas in the Old Days by Mrs. W. H. Corning. Christmas week there was no school, but such a succession of dining days and visiting days and day parties and night parties that Fanny, who looked forward to the week as a season of rest, thought that the regular routine of school duties would be less fatiguing. Christmas at La Belle Prairie was the one jubilee of the year, something to be talked about for 6 months beforehand and to be remembered as long after. It was a time of feasting and recreation for both master and servant. Days before, preparations commenced in the kitchen. Various smells issued from thence, savory smells of boiled, baked, and roasted meats, and sweet, delicious smells of warm pastry and steaming cakes. Aunt Tibby was rolling pie crust or stirring cake all day long, and the chopping of sausage meat, the pounding of spices, and the beating of eggs were constantly heard. Everything was carried on with the greatest secrecy. The children were all kept out of the kitchen, and when something good was to be transferred therefrom to Miss Caroline's storeroom, Aunt Tibby came sailing in, holding it high above the reach of the curious little heads. "I don't care," said Cal. "There's 6 pound cakes all in a row on the storeroom shelf. I see 'em when Ma opened the door, and Marthy says one of 'em's got currants in it, and there's a little shote thar, roasted whole. Oh, how I wish Christmas was come!" Coming suddenly upon Maud one day, Fanny found her with her apron half full of bran, while her fingers were busily at work upon a few pieces of faded silk. Maud tried to hide them at first, but finding by Fanny's question of, "What is it, Maud?" that it was too late, she looked up with a tired, flushed face and said, "Miss Fanny, don't you tell now, will you? I'm making a pincushion for Aunt Phoebe, but it won't come square all I can do. It acts awfully." "Let me see what the trouble is," said Fanny, and sitting down she examined the poor cushion, which indeed under Maud's hands was not soon likely to come into shape. "You see," said Maud, "I want to give Auntie a Christmas gift, and I thought a cushion would be so nice, 'cause her old one that she wears pinned to her waist, you know, has burst a great hole, and the bran keeps tumbling out. I'm going to make her a right nice one, only I wish 'twas brighter, 'cause Auntie likes red and yellow and all them so bad." Fanny searched her piece bag and brought forth bits of gay ribbon, the sight of which threw Maud into ecstasies of delight. Then giving up the morning to the job, she cut and planned, and fitted and basted together, getting all in order, so that Maud could do the sewing herself. "Auntie wouldn't think half so much of it if I didn't," said the child. Well and faithfully Maud performed her labor of love, giving up her much prized runs on the prairie, and resisting all the children's entreaties to play with them, till the Christmas gift was finished. It was no small task, for Maud most heartily hated to sew, and her fingers were anything but nimble in the operation. "I always did despise to sew, Miss Fanny," she said, "but I'm going to make this cushion for Auntie anyhow." It was finished at last, and, as Maud expressed it, was just as beautiful as it could be. There never was a prouder, happier child. She did not thank Fanny in words for her assistance, but that night she came softly behind her, and putting her arms around her neck gave her an earnest kiss, a proceeding which called forth an exclamation of surprise from Mrs. Catlett, for Maud was very chary of her caresses. Christmas morning came, and long before daylight every child upon the place, both black and white, was up ready to march in Christmas. There had been mysterious preparations the night before, such as the hiding of tin pans and glass bottles under the bed, and the faint tooting of an old horn heard down at the quarters, as though someone was rehearsing a part. Fanny was also astonished by an application from little darky Tom for permission to use her school bell, the said cow tinkler not being remarkable for sweetness of sound. "Oh, yes, Tom, you may take it, but what can you want of it?" "Couldn't tell no ways, Miss Fanny," said Tom with a grin. "Maybe Miss Fanny know in the morning." Morning did indeed bring an explanation of the mystery. Assembling in the yard, the children marshaled themselves into marching order, Maud, of course, being captain and taking the lead, bearing an old tin horn, while little black Tom brought up the rear with Fanny's unfortunate cowbell. In this order they commenced "Marching in Christmas," to the music of the horn, the beating of tin pans, the rattling of bits of iron and pieces of wood, the jingling of bells, and the clapping of hands. Into the house and upstairs to the very doors of the sleeping rooms, they all marched with their horrid din. It was received with tolerable good humor by all but Nanny, who, deprived of her morning nap by the tumult, raved at the juvenile disturbers of the peace and finally threw her shoes at them as they stood on the stairway. These were directly seized upon as trophies, and carried off in triumph to the quarters, where the young performers went through with the same operations. "Christmas gift! Christmas gift!" was the first salutation from the servants this morning, and it was well worth while to give them some trifling present, were it only to hear their extravagant expressions of gratitude and delight. It was impossible to forget for a moment that it was Christmas. One could see it in the faces of the servants, released for a whole week from their daily tasks, and rejoicing in the prospect of dances and parties and visits to friends and kindred on distant plantations. The children, too, with their boisterous merriment and constant talk about the holidays, seemed determined to bear it in mind, and the great dinner, the one dinner of the year, in the preparation of which Aunt Tibby had exercised all her skill, this in itself seemed to proclaim that it was Christmas. "Oh, Miss Fanny," said Little Joy, "don't you wish Christmas lasted the whole year round?" The short December day was fast drawing to a close, as a party of 4 rode leisurely along the road crossing La Belle Prairie. The ladies, though scarcely recognizable in their close hoods, long blue cotton riding skirts, and thick gloves, were none other than Miss Nancy Catlett and our friend Fanny, while their attendants were Mr. Chester, the town gentleman, and Massa Dave Catlett, who had come over from his new home in Kansas, on purpose to enjoy the Christmas festivities on the prairie. One of those night parties, of which Nanny had talked so much, was to come off at Colonel Turner's, and this was the place of their destination. In accordance with the customs of society in these parts, they were to remain until the next day, and, accordingly, Black Viney rode a little in the rear, mounted upon old Poganuc, and bearing sundry carpet-bags and valises containing the ladies' party dresses. Just at dusk our party reached their journey's end, and dismounting one by one from the horse block in front of the house, they walked up the road and were met in the porch by Miss Belle Turner, Nanny's particular friend. This young lady, with long curls and a very slender waist, performed the duties of hostess in a free and easy manner, ushering the gentlemen into the parlor where a fire was blazing on the hearth, while the ladies with their attendants were conducted upstairs to the dressing-room. Here a dozen or more were engaged in the mysteries of the toilet, braiding, twisting, and curling, while as many servants were flying about, stumbling over each other, and creating the most dire confusion in their efforts to supply the wants of their respective mistresses. The beds and chairs were covered with dresses, capes, ribbons, curling irons, flowers, combs, and brushes, and all the paraphernalia of the toilet, while the ladies themselves kept up a continual stream of conversation with each other and their attendants. Into this scene Nanny entered with great spirit. Shaking hands all round and introducing Fanny, she hastily threw off her bonnet and shawl, and bidding Viney unpack the things, she set about dressing in good earnest. "How nice to get here so early," she said. "Now we can have a chance at the glass, and plenty of room to move about in." Fanny wondered what she called plenty of room, but had yet to learn the signification of the term when applied to the dressing room of a Western party. Thicker and faster came the arrivals, and it being necessary that each lady should undergo a thorough transformation in dress before making her appearance downstairs, the labor and confusion necessary to bring this about can be imagined. Such hurryings to and fro, such knockings down and pickings up, such scolding and laughing. In short, such a babel of sounds as filled the room for an hour or two, Fanny had never heard before. Completing her own toilet as soon as possible, she seated herself upon one of the beds and watched the proceedings with great interest. "You, Sukey, bring me some more pins directly." "Oh, please, Miss Ellen, mind my wreath." "Jewel, how much longer are you going to keep the wash bowl?" "Dar now, Miss Eveline done get her coat all wet." "Did you know Tom Walton was here? I see him in the passage." "Miss Bell, that's my starch bag." "There now, don't them slippers fit beautiful?" "Why don't that girl come back?" "Oh, Liza, just fasten up my dress, that's a dear girl." "Come, girls, do hurry, we shan't be dressed tonight." How it was all brought about Fanny could not tell, but at last the ladies were dressed, the last sash pinned, and the last curl adjusted. Dresses of thin material, cut low in the neck with short sleeves, seemed to be the order of the night, which, with wreaths and bunches of artificial flowers in the hair, gave the ladies a handsome appearance. With Miss Bell at the head, they all descended to the parlor and found the gentlemen strolling about, employing themselves as they could, till the night's amusements commenced, and, indeed, both ladies and gentlemen manifested such eagerness to adjourn to the playroom that the signal was soon given, and they proceeded forthwith to a log building in the yard, formerly used as a schoolroom. Games soon commenced, and were carried on with great vigor, the young people making up in activity what was lacking in gracefulness of motion. Game after game was made out, the ladies vying with each other to see who should laugh the most, while those who were left chatted gaily together in groups, or tried their powers of fascination upon some long-limbed specimen of humanity. "What calls the gentleman upstairs so frequently?" inquired Fanny, innocently, as groups of 2 and 3 disappeared up the steps leading to the room above. "You are not aware, then, what a formidable rival the ladies have up in the loft?" said Mr. Chester gravely, though there was a comical expression about the corners of his mouth. "No, indeed." "Well, I only hope you may not witness the overpowering influence sometimes exerted by this same rival," said Mr. Chester. "But honestly, Miss Hunter, there is serious danger that some of these light-footed young gentlemen may, ere long, be obliged to relinquish their places in our party, all through the attractions presented to them up yonder." "I don't know in the least what you mean." "In plain words, then, they are talking about horses up there. Men are crazy over horses, you know." "Are you in earnest, Mr. Chester?" "Certainly I am. It would not answer, I suppose, for ladies to intrude upon their modest retirement, or I could convince you in a moment." "How can you joke about it, Mr. Chester? I think it is perfectly scandalous." "Well, it is bad enough," said her companion more gravely. "One living at the West becomes accustomed to such things." "I never will," said Fanny. "If I had known these Christmas parties countenanced such impoliteness, I would have stayed at home." A set supper, Nanny had several times expressed a hope that Mrs. Turner would provide, and she was not disappointed. The long table was bountifully spread with the substantials of this life, and though not in the style of an entertainment in Fifth Avenue, it was admirably suited to the guests who partook of it. A roasted shote graced each end of the board, a side of bacon the center, while salted beef, cut in thin slices with pickles and cheese, constituted the side dishes. Hot coffee, cornbread, and biscuit were passed to each guest, and a piece of pound cake and a little preserved fruit for dessert. There was plenty of laughter and hearty joking at the table, and the flushed faces and increased volubility of the gentlemen gave too certain evidence of the truth of Mr. Chester's assertions. "The langest day maun hae an end," says the old Scotch proverb. It was with a sigh of relief that Fanny at last saw Uncle Jake lay down the tortured fiddle, and the guests with lingering steps and wishful eyes retire to seek the few hours of repose that were left of the night. Confusion worse confounded reigned for a time in the apartment appropriated to the ladies' use, and the numerous couches spread upon the floor increased the difficulty of navigation. At last, when quiet seemed restored, and Fanny was sinking into a peaceful sleep, she was aroused by her neighbors in an adjoining bed, 3 young ladies who declared that they were all but starved and must have something to eat before they could go to sleep. One of the black women was dispatched to the storeroom for some slices of cold bacon, and, sitting up in bed with the candle before them, they made a hearty repast. "Of course you can't eat half as much as you want at table," said one of the young ladies apologetically. "One always wants to appear delicate-like before the gentlemen." "What in goodness' name, Nan, made breakfast so late?" said Dave the next morning, or rather noon, as they were returning home. "I thought 1 while we wasn't going to get any." "Why, you see, they hadn't any wheat flour in the house for the biscuit," said Nanny, "and they had to send 3 miles over the prairie to Mr. John Turner's to borrow some." 20 people invited to stay overnight, and no flour in the house?" said Fanny in amazement. "It rather shocks your Yankee ideas of looking out ahead, Miss Hunter," said Mr. Chester, laughing. "We are used to such things out this way." "Oh, Miss Fanny, people can't remember everything, you know," said Nanny. "Belle says they never thought a word about it till this morning." End of A Western Christmas in the Old Days. Recording by Debbie Baker Robinson, Davie, Florida.
Section 8 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Joe's Search for Santa Claus by Irving Batchelor. A story, my child? Well, there's none that I know as good as the story about little Joe. He lived with his mother just under the eaves of a tenement high where the telegraph weaves its highway of wire that everywhere goes and makes the night musical when the wind blows. Their home had no father. The 2 were bereft of all but their appetites. Those never left. Joe's grew with his thought. A day never passed he spent not in hunger to make the food last. And days when his mother silently went and stood by the windows, Joe knew what it meant. They'd nothing for supper. The words were so sad that somehow they drowned all the hunger he had. And surely God's miracles never have ceased. Joe's hunger grew less when his sorrows increased. When the coal ran out in winter's worst storm, the fire burnt the harder that kept their hearts warm. Their windows revealed many wonderful sights, long acres of roofing and high flying kites. At sunset the great vault of heaven aglow, the lining of gold on the clouds hanging low, the cross on the top of St. Mary's high tower, ablaze with the light of that magical hour. And still as the arrows of light slanted higher, the last thing in sight was the great cross of fire. Each day as it vanished, the history old Of Christ's crucifixion was reverently told. To him the boy learned to confide all his woes, but oftenest prayed for a new set of clothes, since those that he wore didn't fit him at all. The coat was too large, and the trousers too small, and Joe looked so queer from his head to his feet, it grieved his proud soul to be seen in the street. And sometimes he cherished a secret desire to own a hand sled or to build a bonfire, but reached one conclusion by various routes: he could have better fun with a new pair of boots. He thought how the old pair, when shiny and whole, had squeaked in a way that delighted his soul. And remembrance grew sad as he strutted around, and tried hard, but vainly, to waken that sound. The day before Christmas brought trouble for Joe, 1,000 times worse. 'Twas a terrible blow to hear that old Santa Claus, God of his dreams, would not come that year with his fleet-footed teams. He'd seen them, why once of a night's witching hour he saw them jump over the cross on the tower, and scamper away over the snow-covered roofs, his heart beating time to the sound of their hoofs. Not coming this year? Santa Claus must be dead, he thought, as with sad tears he crept into bed. And, as he lay thinking, the long strings of wire sang low in the wind like a deep-sounding lyre, and Joe caught the notes of this solemn refrain: "He'll not come again, no, he'll not come again." And oh, how the depths of his spirit were stirred by thoughts that were born of the music he heard. How cold were the winds, and they sang in their strife of storms yet to come in the winters of life. They mocked him, but mark how the faith of the child stood firm as a fortress, its hope undefiled. For still the boy thought that if Santa Claus knew how great were their needs and their comforts how few, he would come, and at length, when the first rays of light had fathomed the infinite depths of the night, and brightened the windows, Joe cautiously crept out of bed, and he dressed while his mother still slept. And down the long stairways on tiptoe he ran, then out in the snow with the will of a man. He went, looking hither and thither, because, poor boy, he was trying to find Santa Claus. He hurried along through the snow-burdened street, as if the good angels were guiding his feet. And as the sun rose in the heavens apace, a radiance fell on his uplifted face, that came from the cross gleaming far overhead, a symbol of hope for the living and dead. A moment he looked at the great house of prayer, then slyly peeked in to see what was there, and entering softly he wandered at will through pathways of velvet, deserted and still, and saw the light grow on a wonderful scene of ivy-twined columns and arches of green. And back of the rail, where the clergyman knelt, he sat on the cushions to see how they felt. How soft was that velvet he stroked with his hand, but when he lay down, oh, the feeling was grand. And while he was musing, the walls seemed to sway, and slowly the windows went moving away. What, ho! There he comes, with his big pack and all, down the sunbeams that slope from the high windowed wall. And Joe tried to speak, but could not if he died, when Santa Claus came and sat down by his side. "A tenement boy, humph, he probably swears." Joe trembled and tried hard to think of his prayers. He lifted Joe's eyelids, he patted his brow, and said, "He is not a bad boy, anyhow." But hark! There is music, a deep swelling sound is sweeping on high, as if heavenward bound. And suddenly waking, Joe saw kneeling there the rector, long-robed, who was reading a prayer. "Provide for the fatherless children," said he, "the widowed, the helpless, the bond and the free." The rector stops praying, his face wears a frown. A ragged young gamin is pulling his gown. "I knowed you would come," said the boy, half in fright. "I knowed you would come. I was watchin' all night. Say, what are ye goin' to give mother and me? Let me see what 'tis, Santa Claus, please let me see." The rector looked down into Joe's honest face, and a great wave of feeling swept over the place. And tenderly laying his hand on Joe's head, he turned to the people and solemnly said, "We pray that the poor may be sheltered and fed, and we leave it to heaven to furnish the bread. Ye know, while he feedeth the fowls in the air, the children of mankind he leaves to man's care." And kissing Joe's face, the preacher said then, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven, amen." That day Santa Claus came to many a door he'd forgotten to call at the evening before. Was little Joe lucky? Well, now you are right, and the wires sang merrily all the next night. End of Section 8. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 9 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corinne Clayton. Angela's Christmas. "Then it is yes, Father dear," said Angela, looking across the breakfast table with a smile. It was her mother's smile, and the girl had filled her mother's vacant chair for more than a year. The eyes of the father and daughter met, and Angela knew, before a word was said, that she had conquered. "I hate to see you at your age beginning to worry over these things," Ephraim Fraser said regretfully. "Let the old women take care of the charities, dear. You keep on dancing in the sunshine a while longer, daughter." Angela's smile grew graver, but not less sweet. "I am 20, dear," she said, "and too old to dance all the time. And I cannot help thinking, you know. And it's no use, Papa dear, I must do something. It is yes, isn't it?" "You are sure you won't mind being criticized and ridiculed?" "Quite sure," answered Angela. "And sure you won't take your failures and disappointments to heart too deeply?" "Quite sure I can bear them bravely," answered the girl. "If only one, just one of those poor creatures may be helped and lifted up and brought out of darkness, it will be worth trying for." "And what does Robert Johns say about it?" A glow kindled in Angela's face. "Robert is in perfect sympathy with me," she said softly. Then again, this time having risen and gone around to his side, to speak with her face against the old banker's smoothly shaven cheek. "It is yes, isn't it, Daddy dear?" "Well, yes. Only you must go slow, dear. You are not over strong, you know." And soon it came to pass that on a vacant lot, hitherto given over to refuse heaps, haunted by stray cats, rag-pickers, and vagrant children, in one of the vilest quarters of the metropolis, there sprang up, with magic swiftness, a commodious frame building, surrounded by smooth green sod, known in the lower circles as the Locust Street Home, in upper circles, laughingly denominated Angela's Experiment. Angela did not mind. It was mostly good-natured laughter, and many of the laughers ended up lending willing hands and hearts to the cause. It was wonderful how the news spread through the city's purlieu that here was a sanctuary into which cold, hunger, and fatigue dared not intrude, a place where the lowest might enter and be made welcome, and go unquestioned, his personal rights as carefully respected as though he were one of the 400. That was Angela's theory. No man, woman, or child should be compelled to anything. First make their bodies comfortable, then surround them with ennobling influences and examples. Entertain them, arouse them, stimulate them, hold out the helping hand, and leave the rest to God. They shall not even be compelled to be clean, she said, laughing. If the beautiful clean bathrooms and clean clothing do not tempt them to cleanliness, then so be it. I will have no rules, only influences, you will see. And people did see, and wondered. Sometimes, on warm, pleasant evenings, the spacious, cheerful hall with its tables and chairs would be almost empty. But on nights like that on which this story opens, a dark, cold December night, the seats were apt to be well filled, mostly with slatternly, hard-featured women and dull-faced children who sat staring stolidly about, while the music and speaking went on, half stupefied by the warmth and tranquility so foreign to their lives. Outside, a dismal sleet was falling, but from the open door of the vestibule a great sheet of light fell upon the wet pavement, and above it glowed a transparency bearing the words, "A Merry Christmas to all. Come in." It was while the singing was going on, led by a high, sweet girl's voice, that a human figure came hobbling out from a side street and stopped short at the very edge of the lighted space. A woman by her dress, an old, old woman, with a seamed, blotchy face, an ugly human wreck, all torn and battered and discolored by the storms of life. Such was old Marge, Loony Marge, as she was called in the haunts that knew her best. Her history? She had forgotten it herself, very likely, and there was no one to know or care. No one in the wide world to care if she should at any moment be trampled to death or slip from the dock into the Black River. The garret which lodged her would find another tenant, the children of the gutters another target for their missiles. Not that she was worse than others, only that she was old and ugly and sharp of tongue, and the world, even her world, had no use for such as she. For some time this forlorn creature continued to hover on the edge of the lighted space. The sleet had become snow, and already a thin white film covered the pavement, promising a white Christmas, and the cold increased from moment to moment. The woman drew her filthy shawl closer, her jaws chattered, yet she seemed unable to tear herself from the spot. Her eyes, alert under their gray brows as a rat's, were fixed now upon the open door, now upon the transparency, yet she made no motion toward the proffered shelter. Two men, hirsute and ragged, stopped near her, and after a moment's consultation, slunk across the square of light and disappeared in the building. As the door was opened, there came a fuller burst of song and a rush of warm air, fragrant with the aroma of coffee and oysters. The old woman's body quivered with desire, food, warmth, rest. All that her miserable frame demanded were there, within easy reach, for the mere asking, nay, for the mere taking. Yet still the devils of stubbornness and spite would not let go their hold upon her. But finally, as a bitter blast swept the snow stinging against her face, she uttered a hoarse snarl, and glancing about to see that no jeering eye was upon her, the poor creature crept across the pavement, clambered up the stone steps, and pushing open the door, slipped into the nearest vacant seat. The chairs and benches were unusually well filled. The numbers of women and children were in the foreground. A few men were also present, sitting with their bodies hanging forward, their hats tightly clutched between their knees, their eyes fixed on the floor. The women and children, on the contrary, followed every movement of the young women on the platform with furtive eagerness. The simplicity of attire which Angela and her friends had assumed did not deceive even the tiniest gutter child present. These were ladies, and one and all accorded them the same tribute of genuine, if reluctant, admiration. Old Marge, after the embarrassment of the first moment, took everything in with one hawk-like glance. The Christmas greens upon the clean white walls, the curtained space in the rear which hid some pleasant mystery, the men and women on the platform. At the organ sat a young girl, leaning upon the now silent keys, her face toward the young man who was speaking. Old Marge could not take her eyes from this face, white, serious, sweet, set in a halo of pale golden hair. The sight of it aroused strange feelings in the bosom of the old outcast. Fascinated, tortured, bewildered, she sat and gazed. It was long since she had thought of her youth. This girl reminded her of that forgotten time, like a violet flung upon the refuse heap. The thought of her own innocent girlhood lay for an instant upon the foul mass of memories accumulated by 60 miserable years. I was light-haired too, ran old Marge's thoughts, light-haired and light-complected, like her. The perfume of that thought breathed across her soul and was gone. Still she gazed from under her shaggy brows, and without meaning to listen, found herself hearing what the speaker was saying. He was telling, without rhetoric or cant, the story of Christ, and with simplicity and tact presenting the lesson of his life. This joy of giving, of sacrifice for others, the young man was saying in his earnest musical voice, so far beyond the joy of receiving, is within the reach of every human being. Think of that! The poorest man or woman or child who breathes on earth tonight may know this joy, may give some pleasure, some help, some comfort to some fellow creature. Whether it be a human creature or a dumb beast matters not. It is all one in God's sight, being an act of love and kindness and sacrifice. Old Marge looked down upon her squalid rags. Her rough features writhed in a scornful smile. "That's a lie," she muttered. "What could the likes of me do for anybody, I'd like to know?" Still she listened, but at last, as the warmth stole through her sodden garments and into her chilled veins, and the peace of the place penetrated the turbulent recesses of her soul, the man's voice became like a voice heard in a dream, and the old outcast slept. A confused sound greeted her awakening. Someone was playing the organ jubilantly. People were moving about, the girls with trays loaded with steaming dishes. Children were talking and laughing excitedly. The curtain had been drawn, and a great Christmas tree almost blinded her with its splendor. She stared about in bewilderment. She looked at the tree, at the people, at her own foul rags. A fierce revulsion of feeling swept over her. Rage, shame, a desire to get out of sight and to be swallowed up in the darkness and misery which were her proper element, seized and mastered her. She staggered to her feet. A young girl approached her with a tray of tempting food. The sight and smell of it goaded the starved creature to madness. She could have fallen upon it like a wolf, but instead she pushed the girl roughly aside and fumbled dizzily at the doorknob. A hand was laid upon her arm. The girl with the sweet white face was looking at her with a friendly smile. "Won't you stay and have something warm to eat before going into the cold?" the girl asked gently. Old Marge shook her hand from her arm. "No," she snarled. "I don't want nothin'. Let me go." With a patient smile, Angela opened the door. "I am sorry you won't stay," she said softly. "It would give me great pleasure. There is a gift for you on the tree, too. It is Christmas Eve, you know." A hoarse, choking sound came from the woman's lips. She pushed by into the vestibule. Angela followed. "If you should feel differently tomorrow," she said, in her kind, gentle voice, "come here again, about 11 o'clock. I shall be here." Without waiting for a reply, she re-entered the hall. A young man, the same who had been speaking, met her at the door. "Angela," he exclaimed, "you should not be out there in the cold." She smiled absently. "Did you see her, Robert?" "That terrible old woman? Yes, I saw her. A hopeless case, I fear." Angela's eyes kept their absent look. "It is awful to see her go away like that, into the cold and snow, hungry and half-clad," she said. The young man leaned nearer. "Angela," he whispered, "you must not let these things sink into your heart as you do, or you cannot bear the work you have undertaken. As for that old creature, it is terrible to think of her, but she seemed to me beyond our reach." "But not beyond God's reach, through us," said Angela. Meantime, old Marge was facing the storm with rage and pain in her face and in her heart. The streets were deserted and lighted only by such beams as found their way through the dirty windows of shops and saloons. From these last came sounds of revelry and contention, and at one or another the poor creature paused, listening without fear to the familiar hubbub. Should she go in? Someone might give her a drink to ease for a time the terrible gnawing in her breast. Might, yes, but more likely she would be thrust out with jeers and curses, and for some reason old Marge was in no mood to use the caustic wit and ready tongue that were her only weapons. So she staggered on until the swarming tenement was reached, stumbled up the 5 flights of unilluminated stairs, and almost fell headlong into the dismal garret which she called her home. Feeling about in the darkness, she found a match and lit a bit of candle which stopped the neck of an empty bottle. It burned uncertainly, as if reluctant to disclose the scene upon which its light fell. A smoke-stained, sloping ceiling, a blackened floor, a shapeless mattress heaped with rags, a deal box, a rusty stove resting upon 2 bricks, supporting in its turn an ancient frying pan, a chipped saucer, and a battered tin can from which, when the scavenger business was good, old Marge served afternoon tea. Such were her home and all her personal belongings. There was no fire, nor any means of producing one, but upon the box was spread a piece of paper containing a slice of bread, a soup bone whereto clung some fragments of meat, the gift of a neighbor hardly less wretched than herself. The old woman's eyes glittered at the sight, and seizing the food, she sank weakly upon the box and began gnawing at it, but her toothless jaws, stiff with cold, made no impression upon the tough meat and hard crust, and letting them drop to the floor, the poor creature fell to rocking to and fro, whimpering tearlessly like a suffering dog. Strangely enough, within the withered bosom of this most wretched creature, there had welled up, from some hidden source of womanly feeling, a passionate self-pity, a no less passionate self-loathing. This was what a moment's contact with all that she had so long abjured, purity, order, gentleness, had brought to pass. That fair young girl, tall, pale, sweet as an Easter lily, stood before her like an incarnate memory, pointing toward the past, the far distant past, when she too was young and pretty and innocent and gay. Too pretty and too gay for a poor working girl. That was where the trouble began. "I was light-haired too," moaned old March, twisting her withered fingers restlessly. "Light-haired and light-complected. A pretty girl, and a good girl, too. Not like her, no, how could I be? Little the likes o' her knows what the likes o' me has to face, Lord." The bit of candle guttered and went out. The cold increased. It had ceased snowing, and a keen wind had risen, tearing the clouds into shreds through which the stars gleamed. And presently the moon climbed up behind the belfry of the old church across the square, and sent one broad white ray through the dingy window and across the floor. All at once the great bell began to strike the midnight hour, its mingled vibrations filling the garret with tumultuous sounds. The vision of the fair girl faded, and old Marge was herself again, a hard, bitter, rebellious old woman with a burning care where her heart had been, and only one thought, one desire left in her desperate mind, the thought and desire of death. In young and passionate days she had often thought of seeking that way out of life's agonies, but at its worst there is always some sweetness left in the cup when one is young. It was not so now. The dregs only had been hers for many a year, and she had enough. Death, yes, that was best. Her eyes glittered as she cast a look about the silent room, bare even of the means to this end. Ah, the window! With an inarticulate cry, the woman arose and hobbled along the shining moon ray to the window and threw open the sash. Awed by the stern beauty of the heavens, the splendor of the moon tangled in the lace-like carvings of the belfry as in a net, she leaned some moments against the sill, looking out and down. Far below lay the deserted square, its white bosom traced with the sharp shadow of the tower. With a keen eye, old Marge measured the distance, a sheer descent of 50 feet. Nothing to break the fall. Nothing. One movement, a swift fall, and that white surface would be broken by a black, shapeless heap. A policeman would find it on his next round, or some drunken reveler would stumble over it, or the good people on their way to early mass. Ah! The seamed countenance lit up suddenly with a malignant joy. Why not wait until they began to pass, those pious, respectable people in their comfortable furs and wools, and cast herself into their midst? A ghastly Christmas offering from poverty to riches, from sin to virtue. This suggestion commended itself highly to her sense of humor. With a hoarse chuckle, she was about to close the window, when a portion of shadow that lay along the chimney showed signs of life, and rising on 4 long and skinny legs became a cat, a lean, black cat, which crept meekly toward the window, its phosphorescent eyes gleaming, its lank jaws parted in a vain effort to mew. Startled, old Marge drew back for an instant, then, glancing from the animal to the pavement below, a brutal cunning, a malicious pleasure lit up the witch-like features. Reaching out one skinny arm, she called coaxingly, "Puss, puss." The cat dragged herself up to the outstretched arm, rubbing her lank body caressingly against it. The cruel cunning of the face softened suddenly. "Lord," muttered old Marge, "if she ain't a-tryin' to purr. Wall, that beats me." The poor beast continued its piteous appeal for aid, arching its starved frame, waving its tail, fawning unsuspectingly against the arm that had threatened. With an impulse new to her misery-hardened heart, old Marge drew the animal in and closed the window. Far from resisting, the cat nestled against her with every sign of pleasure. "She's been somebody's pet," said the old woman, placing her on the floor. "She ain't always been like this." The divine emotion of pity, so new to this forlorn creature, grew and swelled in her bosom. The man at the hall had not lied, after all. Here was another of God's creatures, as miserable as herself, nay, more so, for she had a roof to shelter her, and she could share it with this homeless one. "Poor puss," muttered old Marge, stroking the rough fur. "You're starvin' too, ain't you? And I ain't got nothing to give you, not a bite or a sup. Ah." Her eyes had fallen upon the discarded food. Eagerly she seized it and placed it before the cat. The starving creature gnawed greedily at the bone an instant, then looked up with a hopeless mew. The old woman felt a keener pang of pity. "Poor beast," she said with a bitter smile. "You can't eat 'em, can you? No more could I. We're in the same box, puss, old and toothless and nobody belonging to us. We'll have to starve together, I guess, and it's Christmas Day. Did you know that, puss? Christmas Day. Lord, Lord." The cat rubbed against her skirts, her eyes fixed upon her benefactors. "Seems to understand every word I say," old Marge muttered. "If only I had a drop of milk for her now." Hobbling to the stove, she examined the battered tin can, letting the moonlight shine into its rusty depths. A little water or tea remained in it, and with this she moistened some of the bread and placed it before the cat, which devoured it now eagerly. Then she took the animal in her arms and laid herself down on the mattress, drawing the ragged covers over them. The cat nestled against her side. The warmth of the two poor bodies mingled, and both slept. The moon-ray crept along and spread itself over the heap of rags, the knotted fingers resting on the cat's rough fur, the seamed old face. It passed away, the morning dawned, and a peal of bells and the sound of footsteps on the pavement below, and still the two slept on. Angela stood near the door, receiving her Christmas guests. They came straggling in twos and threes, some boldly and impudently, some shamefaced and shy, some eager, some indifferent, but all poverty-pinched. Each one was pleasantly welcomed and passed on to the feast. Angela watched and waited, and at last the door opened slowly to admit old Marge, who stopped short on the threshold with a look at once stubborn, appealing, suspicious, ashamed. Like a wild animal on the alert for the faintest sign of repulsion or danger, she stood there. But Angela only smiled, proffering her white, soft hand, destitute of jewels, but the hand of a lady. "A Merry Christmas," she said brightly. "I was ugly to you last night," said old Marge huskily, ignoring the beautiful hand she dared not touch. "Never mind," Angela answered sweetly. "You were tired." "I am a bad old woman," said old Marge mistrustfully. "Never mind that either," said Angela. "Let me be your friend. If you will, you shall never be cold or hungry again." A profound wonder came into the old face. Then it began to writhe, and from each eye oozed scant tears, seeking a channel, amid the seams and wrinkles of the sunken cheeks. "You will let me be your friend," urged Angela. Still old Marge wept silently, the scant tears of age. "You shall have a pleasant home, and—" A swift, suspicious glance darted from the wet eyes. "Not asylum, miss, please," said the old woman. "No," said Angela quietly, "not an asylum. A home. A bright, clean, comfortable home." "I can work, miss," put in old Marge, doubling her knotted hands to show their strength. "I can wash and scrub." "Yes," said Angela, "you may work all you are able, helping to keep things clean and comfortable." Still old Marge looked doubtful. Wiping her cheeks with a corner of her shawl, she half turned toward the door. "You have a family, or anyone belonging to you?" asked Angela, thinking to have reached the root of the difficulty. "Yes," said the old woman stoutly. "I have a cat. Where I go, she must go too." Angela patted the grimy hand with a laugh which was good to hear. "I understand you perfectly," she said. "I have a cat of my own. You and your cat shall not be separated." A half-hour later entered the young man Robert. Angela pointed silently to old Marge, sitting in a warm corner, contentedly munching her Christmas dinner. "What have you done to her?" he asked. "She looks more human already." Angela laughed again, the same laugh which goes to one's heart so. "I have adopted her, and her cat," she answered. "That's all." End of section 9.
Section 10 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Puritan Christmas Tree. Mrs. Olcott called her boys, and bade them go to the pine woods and get the finest, handsomest young hemlock tree that they could find. "Get one that is straight and tall, with well-boughed branches on it, and put it where you can draw it under the woodshed after dark," she added. The boys went to Pine Hill, and there they picked out the finest young tree on all the hill, and said, "We will take this one." So with their hatchets they hewed it down, and brought it safely home the next night when all was dark. And when Roger was quietly sleeping in the adjoining room, they dragged the tree into the kitchen. It was too tall, so they took it out again and cut it off 2 or 3 feet at the base. Then they propped it up, and the curtains being down over the windows, and blankets being fastened over the curtains to prevent anyone looking in, and the door being doubly barred to prevent anyone coming in, they all went to bed. Very early the next morning, while the stars shone on the snow-covered hills, the same stars that shone 1600 years before on the hills when Christ was born in Bethlehem, the little Puritan mother in New England arose very softly. She went out and lit the kitchen fire anew from the ash-covered embers. She fastened upon the twigs of the tree the gifts she had bought in Boston for her boys and girl. Then she took as many as 20 pieces of candle and fixed them upon the branches. After that she softly called Rupert, Robert, and Lucy, and told them to get up and come into the kitchen. Hurrying back, she began, with a bit of a burning stick, to light the candles. Just as the last one was set aflame, in trooped the 3 children. Before they had time to say a word, they were silenced by their mother's warning. "I wish to fetch Roger in and wake him up before it," she said. "Keep still until I come back." The little lad, fast asleep, was lifted in a blanket and gently carried by his mother into the beautiful presence. "See, Roger my boy, see," she said, arousing him. "It is Christmas morning now. In England they only have Christmas boughs, but here in New England we have a whole Christmas tree." "Oh, mother!" he cried. "Oh, Lucy! Is it really, really true, and no dream at all? Yes, I see, I see! Oh, mother, it is so beautiful! Were all the trees on all the hills lighted up that way when Christ was born? And, mother," he added, clapping his little hands with joy at the thought, "why, yes, the stars did sing when Christ was born. They must be glad, then, and keep Christmas too in heaven. I know they must, and there will be good times there." "Yes," said his mother, "there will be good times there, Roger." "Then," said the boy, "I shan't mind going now that I've seen the Christmas bough. What is that, mother?" What was it that they heard? The little Olcott home had never before seemed to tremble so. There were taps at the window, there were knocks at the door, and it was as yet scarcely the break of day. There were voices also shouting something to somebody. "Shall I put out the candles, mother?" whispered Robert. "What will they do to us for having the tree? I wish we hadn't it," regretted Rupert; while Lucy clung to her mother's gown, and shrieked with all her strength, "It's Indians!" Pale and white and still, ready to meet her fate, stood Mrs. Olcott, until, out of the knocking and the tapping at her door, her heart caught a sound. It was a voice calling, "Rachel! Rachel! Rachel!" "Unbar the door," she cried back to her boys. "It's your father calling." Down came the blankets, up went the curtain, open flew the door, and in walked Captain Olcott, followed by every man and woman in Plymouth who had heard at break of day the glorious news that the expected ship had arrived at Boston, and with it the long-lost Captain Olcott. For an instant nothing was thought of except the joyous welcoming of the captain in his new home. "What's this? What is it? What does this mean?" was asked again and again, when the first excitement was past, as the tall young pine stood aloft, its candles ablaze, its gifts still hanging. "It's welcome home to father," said Lucy, her only thought to screen her mother. "No, child, no," sternly spoke Mrs. Olcott. "Tell the truth." "It's a Christmas tree," faltered poor Lucy. One and another, pilgrims and Puritans all, drew near with faces stern and forbidding, and gazed, until one and another and yet another softened slowly into a smile as little Roger's piping voice sung out, "She made it for me, mother did, but you may have it now, and all the pretty things that are on it too, because you've brought my father back again. If mother will let you," he added. Neither pilgrim nor Puritan frowned at the gift. One man, the sternest there, broke off a little twig and said, "I'll take it for the sake of the good old times at home." End of section 10.
Section 11 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The First Christmas in New England by Hezekiah Butterworth. They thought that they had come to their port that day, but not yet was their journey done, and they drifted away from Provincetown Bay in the fireless light of the sun. With rain and sleet were the tall masts iced, and gloomy and chill was in the air. But when they looked from the crystal sails to Christ, and they came to a harbor fair, the white hills silent lay. For there were no ancient bells to ring, no priests to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, that gray, cold winter day. The snow came down on the vacant seas, and white on the lone rocks lay, but rang the axe 'mong the evergreen trees, and followed the Sabbath day. Then rose the sun in a crimson haze, and the workmen said at dawn, "Shall our axes swing on this day of days, when the Lord of life was born?" The white hills silent lay, for there were no ancient bells to ring, no priests to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, that gray, cold Christmas day. The old town's bells we seem to hear, they are ringing sweet on the Dee, they are ringing sweet on the Haarlem Meer, and sweet on the Zuider Zee. The pines are frosted with snow and sleet, shall we our axes wield, when the chimes at Lincoln are ringing sweet, and the bells of Austerfield? The air was cold and gray, and there were no ancient bells to ring, no priest to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, that gray, cold Christmas day. Then the master said, "Your axes wield, remember ye Malabar Bay, and the covenant there with the Lord ye sealed, let your axes ring today. You may talk of the old town's bells tonight, when your work for the Lord is done, and your boats return, and the shallops light shall follow the light of the sun. The sky is cold and gray, and here are no ancient bells to ring, no priest to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, this gray, cold Christmas day. If Christ was born on Christmas Day, and the day by him is blessed, then low at his feet the evergreens lay, and cradle his church in the west. Emmanuel waits at the temple gates of the nation today ye found, and the Lord delights in no formal rites. Today let your axes sound. The sky was cold and gray, and there were no ancient bells to ring, no priests to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, that gray, cold Christmas day. Their axes rang through the evergreen trees like the bells on the Thames and Tay, and they cheerily sang by the windy seas, and they thought of Malabar Bay. On the lonely heights of Burial Hill the old precisioners sleep, but did ever men with a nobler will a holier Christmas keep? When the sky was cold and gray, and there were no ancient bells to ring, no priests to chant, no choirs to sing, no chapel of baron or lord or king, that gray, cold Christmas day? End of section 11.
Section 12 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christi Lupher. The Chimes by Charles Dickens. First Quarter. There are not many people, and as it is desirable that a story-teller and a story-reader should establish a mutual understanding as soon as possible, I beg it to be noticed that I confine this observation neither to young people nor to little people, but extend it to all conditions of people, little and big, young and old, yet growing up or already growing down again. There are not, I say, many people who would care to sleep in a church. I don't mean at sermon time in warm weather, when the thing has actually been done once or twice, but in the night, and alone. A great multitude of persons will be violently astonished, I know, by this position in the broad, bold day, but it applies to night. It must be argued by night, and I will undertake to maintain it successfully on any gusty winter's night appointed for the purpose, with any one opponent chosen from the rest, who will meet me singly in an old churchyard, before an old church door, and will previously empower me to lock him in, if needful to his satisfaction, until morning. For the night wind has a dismal trick of wandering round and round a building of that sort, and moaning as it goes, and of trying with its unseen hand the windows and the doors, and seeking out some crevices by which to enter. and when it has got in, as one not finding what it seeks, whatever that may be, it wails and howls to issue forth again, and, not content with stalking through the aisles and gliding round and round the pillars, and tempting the deep organ, soars up to the roof, and strives to rend the rafters, then flings itself despairingly upon the stones below, and passes, muttering, into the vaults. Ah, heaven preserve us, sitting snugly round the fire. It has an awful voice, that wind at midnight, singing in a church. But high up in the steeple, there the foul blast roars and whistles. High up in the steeple, where it is free to come and go through many an airy arch and loophole, and to twist and twine itself about the giddy stair, and twirl the groaning weathercock, and make the very tower shake and shiver. High up in the steeple of an old church, far above the light and murmur of the town, and far below the flying clouds that shadow it, is the wild and dreary place at night. And high up in the steeple of an old church dwelt the chimes I tell of. They were old chimes, trust me. Centuries ago these bells had been baptized by bishops, so many centuries ago that the register of their baptism was lost long, long before the memory of man, and no one knew their names. They had had their godfathers and godmothers, these bells. For my part, by the way, I would rather incur the responsibility of being godfather to a bell than a boy, and had had their silver mugs, no doubt, besides. But time had mowed down their sponsors, and Henry VIII had melted down their mugs, and now they hung, nameless and mugless, in the church tower. Not speechless, though. Far from it. They had clear, loud, lusty-sounding voices, had these bells, and far and wide they might be heard upon the wind. Much too sturdy chimes were they to be dependent on the pleasure of the wind, moreover, for, fighting gallantly against it when it took an adverse whim, they would pour their cheerful notes into a listening ear right royally, and, bent on being heard on stormy nights by some poor mother watching a sick child, or some lone wife whose husband was at sea, they had sometimes been known to beat a blustering nor'wester, "Aye, all to fits," as Toby Veck said. For, though they chose to call him Trotty Veck, his name was Toby, and nobody could make it anything else either, except Tobias, he having been as lawfully christened in his day as the bells had been in theirs, though with not quite so much of solemnity or public rejoicing. For my part, I confess myself of Toby Veck's belief, for I am sure he had opportunities enough of forming a correct one, and whatever Toby Veck said, I say, and I take my stand by Toby Veck, although he did stand all day long, and weary work it was, just outside the church door. In fact, he was a ticket porter, Toby Veck, and waited there for jobs. And a breezy, goose-skinned, blue-nosed, red-eyed, stony-toed, tooth-chattering place it was to wait in the winter-time, as Toby Veck well knew. The wind came tearing round the corner, especially the east wind, as if it had sallied forth express from the confines of the earth to have a blow at Toby, and oftentimes it seemed to come upon him sooner than it had expected, for, bouncing round the corner and passing Toby, it would suddenly wheel round again, as if it cried, "Why, here he is!" Toby was curious about the bells, because there were points of resemblance between them and him. They hung there in all weathers, with the wind and rain driving in upon them, facing only the outsides of all the houses, never getting any nearer to the blazing fires that gleamed and shone upon the windows, or came puffing out of the chimney-tops, and incapable of participating in any of the good things that were constantly being handed through the street doors and iron railings to prodigious cooks. Being but a simple man, he invested the bells with a strange and solemn character. They were so mysterious, often heard and never seen, so high up, so far off, so full of such a deep, strong melody that he regarded them with a species of awe. And sometimes, when he looked up at the dark, arched windows in the tower, he half expected to be beckoned to by something which was not a bell, and yet was what he heard so often sounding in the chimes. For all this, Toby scouted with indignation a certain flying rumor that the chimes were haunted, as implying the possibility of their being connected with any evil thing. In short, they were very often in his ears, and very often in his thoughts, but always in his good opinion, and he very often got such a crick in his neck by staring with his mouth wide open at the steeple where they hung, that he was fain to take an extra trot or two afterward to cure it. The very thing he was in the act of doing one cold day, when the last drowsy sound of 12 o'clock, just struck, was humming like a melodious monster of a bee, and not by any means a busy bee, all through the steeple. "Dinner time, eh?" said Toby, trotting up and down before the church. "Ah!" Toby's nose was very red, and his eyelids were very red, and he winked very much, and his shoulders were very near his ears, and his legs were very stiff, and altogether he was evidently a long way upon the frosty side of cool. "Dinner time, eh?" repeated Toby, using his right hand muffler like an infantine boxing glove and punishing his chest for being cold. "Oh!" He took a silent trot after that, for a minute or two. "There's nothing," said Toby, "more regular in its coming round than dinner time, and nothing less regular in its coming round than dinner. That's the great difference between 'em. It's took me a long time to find it out. I wonder whether it would be worth any gentleman's while now to buy that observation for the papers, or the Parliament." Toby was only joking, for he gravely shook his head in self-depreciation. "Why, Lord," said Toby, "the papers is full of observations as it is, and so's the Parliament. Here's last week's paper now," taking a very dirty one from his pocket and holding it from him at arm's length. "Full of observations, full of observations. I like to know the news as well as any man," said Toby slowly, folding it a little smaller and putting it in his pocket again. "But it almost goes against the grain with me to read a paper now. It frightens me almost. I don't know what we poor people are coming to. Lord send we may be coming to something better in the new year nigh upon us." "Why, father, father," said a pleasant voice hard by. But Toby, not hearing it, continued to trot backward and forward, musing as he went and talking to himself. "It seems as if we can't go right, or do right, or be righted," said Toby. "I hadn't much schooling myself when I was young, and I can't make out whether we have any business on the face of the earth or not. Sometimes I think we must have, a little, and sometimes I think we must be intruding. I get so puzzled up sometimes that I'm not even able to make up my mind whether there's any good in us at all, or whether we're born bad. We seem to do dreadful things. We seem to give a deal of trouble. We're always being complained of and guarded against. One way or another we fill the papers. Talk of a new year," said Toby mournfully. "Why, I can bear up as well as another man at most times, better than a good many, for I'm as strong as a lion, and all men an't. But supposing it should really be that we have no right to a new year, supposing we really are intruding." "Why, father, father," said the pleasant voice again. Toby heard it this time, started, stopped, and shortening his sight, which had been directed a long way off as seeking for enlightenment in the very heart of the approaching year, found himself face to face with his own child, and looking close into her eyes. Bright eyes they were, eyes that would bear a world of looking in before their depth was fathomed. Dark eyes that reflected back the eyes which searched them, not flashingly or at the owner's will, but with a clear, calm, honest, patient radiance, claiming kindred with that light which heaven called into being. Eyes that were beautiful and true, and beaming with hope so young and fresh, with hope so buoyant, vigorous and bright, despite the 20 years of work and poverty on which they had looked, that they became a voice to Trotty Veck, and said, "I think we have some business here. A little." Trotty kissed the lips belonging to the eyes, and squeezed the blooming face between his hands. "Why, pet," said Trotty, "what's to do? I didn't expect you today, Meg." "Neither did I expect to come, father," cried the girl, nodding her head and smiling as she spoke. "But here I am, and not alone, not alone." "Why, you don't mean to say," observed Trotty, looking curiously at a covered basket which she carried in her hand, "that you—" "Smell it, father dear," said Meg. "Only smell it." Trotty was going to lift up the cover at once in a great hurry, when she gaily interposed her hand. "No, no, no," said Meg, with the glee of a child. "Lengthen it out a little. Let me just lift up the corner. Just the little tiny corner, you know," said Meg, suiting the action to the word with the utmost gentleness, and speaking very softly, as if she were afraid of being overheard by something inside the basket. "There. Now, what's that?" Toby took the shortest possible sniff at the edge of the basket, and cried out in a rapture, "Why, it's hot!" "It's burning hot!" cried Meg. "Ha, ha, ha! It's scalding hot!" "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Toby, with a sort of kick. "It's scalding hot!" "But what is it, father?" said Meg. "Come, you haven't guessed what it is, and you must guess what it is. I can't think of taking it out till you guess what it is. Don't be in such a hurry. Wait a minute. A little bit more of the cover. Now guess." Meg was in a perfect fright lest he should guess right too soon. Shrinking away, she held the basket toward him, curling up her pretty shoulders, stopping her ear with her hand as if, by doing so, she could keep the right word out of Toby's lips, and laughing softly the whole time. Meanwhile, Toby, putting a hand on each knee, bent down his nose to the basket, and took a long inspiration at the lid. The grin upon his withered face expanded in the process, as if he were inhaling laughing gas. "Oh, it's very nice," said Toby. "It ain't... I suppose it ain't Polonese?" "No, no, no," cried Meg, delighted. "Nothing like Polonese." "No," said Toby, after another sniff. It's mellower than Polonese. It's very nice. It improves every moment. It's too decided for trotters, ain't it?" Meg was in an ecstasy. He could not have gone wider of the mark than trotters, except Polonese. "Liver?" said Toby, communing with himself. "No, there's a mildness about it that don't answer to liver. Petty-toes? No, it aren't faint enough for petty-toes. It wants the stringiness of cocks' heads, and I know it ain't sausages. I'll tell you what it is. It's chitterlings." "No, it aren't!" cried Meg in a burst of delight. "No, it aren't!" "Why, what am I thinking of?" said Toby, suddenly recovering a position as near the perpendicular as it was possible for him to assume. "I shall forget my own name next. It's tripe." Tripe it was, and Meg, in high joy, protested he should say, in a half-minute more, it was the best tripe ever stewed. "And so," said Meg, busying herself exultingly with her basket, "I'll lay the cloth at once, father, for I have brought the tripe in a basin, and tied the basin up in a pocket-handkerchief. And if I like to be proud for once, and spread that for a cloth, and call it a cloth, there's no law to prevent me, is there, father?" "Not that I know of, my dear," said Toby. "But they're always bringing up some new law or other." And according to what I was reading in the paper the other day, Father, why, the judge said, you know, we poor people are supposed to know them all. Ho, ho! What a mistake! My goodness, how clever they think us!" "Yes, my dear," cried Trotty, "and they'd be very fond of any one of us that did know 'em all. He'd grow fat upon the work he'd get, that man, and be popular with the gentlefolks in his neighbourhood. Very much so." "He'd eat his dinner with an appetite, whoever he was, if it smelt like this," said Meg cheerfully. "Make haste, for there's a potato besides. Where will you dine, Father? On the post or on the steps? Dear, dear, how grand we are! 2 places to choose from." "Steps today, my pet," said Trotty. "Steps in dry weather, post in wet. There's a great conveniency in the steps at all times, because of the sitting down, but they're rheumatic in the damp." "Then here," said Meg, clapping her hands after a moment's bustle. "Here it is, all ready, and beautiful it looks. Come, Father, eat it while it's hot. Come." Since his discovery of the contents of the basket, Trotty had been standing looking at her, and had been speaking, too, in an abstracted manner, which showed that though she was the object of his thoughts and eyes, to the exclusion even of tripe, he neither saw nor thought about her as she was at that moment, but had before him some imaginary rough sketch or drama of her future life. Roused now by her cheerful summons, he shook off a melancholy shake of the head which was just coming upon him, and trotted to her side. As he was stooping to sit down, the chimes rang. "Amen," said Trotty, pulling off his hat and looking up toward them. "Amen to the bells, Father," cried Meg. "They broke in like a grace, my dear," said Trotty, taking a seat. "They'd say a good one, I am sure, if they could. Many's the kind thing they say to me." "The bells do, Father," laughed Meg, as she set the basin and a knife and fork before him. "Well." "Seem to, my pet," said Trotty, falling to with great vigor. "And where's the difference? If I hear 'em, what does it matter whether they speak it or not?" "Why, bless you, my dear," said Toby, pointing at the tower with his fork, and becoming more animated under the influence of dinner. "How often have I heard them bells say, 'Toby Veck, Toby Veck, keep a good heart, Toby. Toby Veck, Toby Veck, keep a good heart, Toby.' 1,000,000 times? More." "Well, I never!" cried Meg. She had, though, over and over again, for it was Toby's constant topic. "When things is very bad," said Trotty, "very bad indeed, I mean, almost at the worst, then it's Toby Veck, Toby Veck, job coming soon, Toby. Toby Veck, Toby Veck, job coming soon, Toby. That way." "And it comes, at last, Father," said Meg, with a touch of sadness in her pleasant voice. "Always," answered the unconscious Toby. "Never fails." While this discourse was holding, Trotty made no pause in his attack upon the savory meat before him, but cut and ate, and cut and drank, and cut and chewed, and dodged about from tripe to hot potato, and from hot potato back again to tripe, with an unctuous and unflagging relish. But, happening now to look all around the street, in case anybody should be beckoning from a door or window for a porter, his eyes, in coming back again, encountered Meg, sitting opposite to him with her arms folded, and only busy in watching his progress with a smile of happiness. "Why, Lord forgive me," said Trotty, dropping his knife and fork. "My love, Meg, why didn't you tell me what a beast I was?" "Father?" "Sitting here," said Trotty, in penitent explanation, "cramming and stuffing and gorging myself, and you there before me, never so much as breaking your precious fast, nor wanting to when—" "But I have broken it, Father," interposed his daughter, laughing. "All to bits. I have had my dinner."
"Nonsense," said Trotty. 2 dinners in one day? It ain't possible. You might as well tell me that 2 New Year's days will come together, or that I've had a gold head all my life and never changed it."
"I have had my dinner, Father, for all that," said Meg, coming nearer to him. "And if you'll go on with yours, I'll tell you how and where, and how your dinner came to be brought, and something else besides." Toby still appeared incredulous, but she looked into his face with her clear eyes, and laying her hand upon his shoulder, motioned him to go on while the meat was hot. So Trotty took up his knife and fork again and went to work, but much more slowly than before, and shaking his head as if he were not at all pleased with himself. "I had my dinner, father," said Meg, after a little hesitation, with Richard. His dinner time was early, and as he brought his dinner with him when he came to see me, we had it together, father." Trotty said, "Oh," because she waited. "And Richard says, father," Meg resumed, then stopped. "What does Richard say, Meg?" asked Toby. "Richard says, father—" Another stoppage. "Richard's a long time saying it," said Toby. "He says then, father," Meg continued, lifting up her eyes at last and speaking in a tremble but quite plainly, "another year is nearly gone, and where is the use of waiting on from year to year, when it's so unlikely we shall ever be better off than we are now? He says we are poor now, father, and we shall be poor then, but we are young now, and years will make us old before we know it. He says that if we wait, people in our condition, until we see our way quite clearly, the way will be a narrow one indeed, the common way, the grave, father." A bolder man than Trotty Veck must needs have drawn upon his boldness largely to deny it. Trotty held his peace. "And how odd, father, to grow old and die and think we might have cheered and helped each other. How odd in all our lives to love each other and to grieve apart, to see each other working, changing, growing old and grey. Even if I got the better of it and forgot him, which I never could do, oh, father dear, how odd to have a heart so full as mine is now, and live to have it slowly drained out every drop, without the recollection of one happy moment of a woman's life, to stay behind and comfort me and make me better." Trotty sat quite still. Meg dried her eyes and said more gaily, that is to say, with here a laugh and there a sob, and here a laugh and a sob together, "So Richard says, father, as his work was yesterday made certain for some time to come, and as I love him, and have loved him fully 3 years, longer than that if he knew it, will I marry him on New Year's Day, the best and the happiest day, he says, in the whole year, and one that is almost sure to bring good fortune with it. It's a short notice, father, isn't it? But I haven't my fortune to be settled, or my wedding dresses to be made, like the great ladies, have I, father? And he said so much, and he said it in his way, so strong and earnest, and all the time so kind and gentle, that I said I'd come and talk to you, father. And as they paid the money for that work of mine this morning, unexpectedly I am sure, and as you fed very poorly for a whole week, and as I couldn't help wishing there should be something to make this day a sort of holiday to you as well as a dear and happy day to me, father, I made a little treat and brought it to surprise you." "And see how he leaves it cooling on the step," said another voice. It was the voice of the same Richard, who had come upon them unobserved, and stood before the father and daughter, looking down upon them with a face as glowing as the iron on which his stout sledge-hammer daily rung. A handsome, well-made, powerful youngster he was, with eyes that sparkled like red-hot droppings from a furnace fire, black hair that curled about his swarthy temples rarely, and a smile that bore out Meg's eulogium on his style of conversation. "See how he leaves it cooling on the step," said Richard. "Meg don't know what he likes, not she." Trotty, all action and enthusiasm, immediately reached up his hand to Richard and was going to address him in a great hurry, when the house door opened without any warning, and a footman very nearly put his foot in the tripe. "Out of the vase here, will you? You must always go and be a-settin' on our steps, must you? You can't go and give a turn to none of the neighbours, never, can't you? Will you clear the road, or won't you?" Strictly speaking, the last question was irrelevant, as they had already done it. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" said the gentleman for whom the door was opened, coming out of the house at that kind of a light, heavy pace, that peculiar compromise between a walk and a jog-trot, with which a gentleman, upon the smooth downhill of life, wearing creaking boots, a watch-chain, and clean linen, may come out of his house, not only without any abatement of his dignity, but with an expression of having important and wealthy engagements elsewhere. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "You're always a-being begged and prayed upon your bended knees, you are," said the footman with great emphasis to Trotty Veck, "to let our doorsteps be. Why don't you let 'em be? Can't you let 'em be?" "There, that'll do," said the gentleman. "Halloa there, porter!" beckoning with his head to Trotty Veck. "Come here. What's that? Your dinner?" "Yes, sir," said Trotty, leaving it behind him in a corner. "Don't leave it there," exclaimed the gentleman. "Bring it here. So, this is your dinner, is it?" "Yes, sir," repeated Trotty, looking with a fixed eye and a watery mouth at the piece of tripe he had reserved for a last delicious titbit, which the gentleman was now turning over and over on the end of a fork. 2 other gentlemen had come out with him. One was a low-spirited gentleman of middle age, of a meagre habit and a disconsolate face, who kept his hands continually in the pockets of his scanty pepper-and-salt trousers, very large and dog-eared from that custom, and was not particularly well brushed or washed. The other, a full-sized, sleek, well-conditioned gentleman, in a blue coat with bright buttons and a white cravat. This gentleman had a very red face, as if an undue proportion of the blood in his body were squeezed up into his head, which perhaps accounted for his having also the appearance of being rather cold about the heart. He who had Toby's meat upon the fork called to the first one by the name of Filer, and they both drew near together. Mr. Filer, being exceedingly short-sighted, was obliged to get so close to the remnant of Toby's dinner before he could make out what it was, that Toby's heart leaped up into his mouth, but Mr. Filer didn't eat it. "This is a description of animal food, Alderman," said Filer, making little punches in it with a pencil case, "commonly known to the labouring population of this country by the name of tripe." The alderman laughed and winked, for he was a merry fellow, Alderman Cute. Oh, and a sly fellow, too. A knowing fellow. Up to everything. Not to be imposed upon. Deep in the people's hearts. He knew them, Cute did, I believe you. "But who eats tripe?" said Mr. Filer, looking round. "Tripe is without an exception the least economical and the most wasteful article of consumption that the markets of this country can by possibility produce. The loss upon a pound of tripe has been found to be, in the boiling, 7/8 of a fifth more than the loss upon a pound of any other animal substance whatever. Tripe is more expensive, properly understood, than the hothouse pineapple. Taking into account the number of animals slaughtered yearly within the bills of mortality alone, and forming a low estimate of the quantity of tripe which the carcasses of these animals, reasonably well butchered, would yield, I find that the waste on that amount of tripe, if boiled, would victual a garrison of 500 men for 5 months of 31 days each, and a February over. The waste! The waste!" Trotty stood aghast, and his legs shook under him. He seemed to have starved a garrison of 500 men with his own hand. "Who eats tripe?" said Mr. Filer warmly. "Who eats tripe?" Trotty made a miserable bow. "You do you?" said Mr. Filer. "Then I'll tell you something. You snatch your tripe, my friend, out of the mouths of widows and orphans." "I hope not, sir," said Trotty faintly. "I'd sooner die of want." "Divide the amount of tripe before-mentioned, Alderman," said Mr. Filer, "by the estimated number of existing widows and orphans, and the result will be 1 pennyweight of tripe to each. Not a grain is left for that man. Consequently, he's a robber." Trotty was so shocked that it gave him no concern to see the alderman finish the tripe himself. It was a relief to get rid of it, anyhow. "What do you say?" asked the alderman jocosely of the red-faced gentleman in the blue coat. "You have heard friend Filer. What do you say?" "What's it possible to say?" returned the gentleman. "What is to be said? Who can take any interest in a fellow like this?" meaning Trotty. "In such degenerate times as these. Look at him. What an object. The good old times, the grand old times, the great old times. Those were the times for a bold peasantry, and all that sort of thing. Those were the times for every sort of thing, in fact. There's nothing nowadays. Ah," sighed the red-faced gentleman. "The good old times, the good old times." It is possible that poor Trotty's faith in these very vague old times was not entirely destroyed, for he felt vague enough at the moment. One thing, however, was plain to him in the midst of his distress, to wit, that, however these gentlemen might differ in their details, his misgivings of that morning, and of many other mornings, were well founded. No, we can't go right or do right," thought Trotty in despair. "There is no good in us. We are born bad." But Trotty had a father's heart within him, which had somehow got into his breast in spite of this decree, and he could not bear that Meg, in the blush of her brief joy, should have her fortune read by these wise gentlemen. "God help her," thought poor Trotty. "She will know it soon enough." He anxiously signed, therefore, to the young smith to take her away. But he was so busy, talking to her softly at a little distance, that he only became conscious of this desire simultaneously with Alderman Cute. Now, the alderman had not yet had his say, but he was a philosopher too. Practical, though, oh, very practical, and as he had no idea of losing any portion of his audience, he cried, "Stop!" Trotty took Meg's hand and drew it through his arm. He didn't seem to know what he was doing, though. "Your daughter, eh?" said the alderman, chucking her familiarly under the chin. "And you're making love to her, are you?" said Cute to the young smith. "Yes," returned Richard quickly, for he was nettled by the question. "And we are going to be married on New Year's Day." "What do you mean?" cried Filer sharply. "Married?" "Why, yes, we were thinking of it, master," said Richard. "We were rather in a hurry, you see, in case it should be put down first." "Oh!" cried Filer with a groan. "Put that down indeed, Alderman, and you'll do something. Married! Married! The ignorance of the first principles of political economy on the part of these people. Their improvidence, their wickedness is, by heavens, enough to... Now look at that couple, will you?" Well, they were worth looking at, and marriage seemed as reasonable and fair a deed as they need have in contemplation. "A man may live to be as old as Methuselah," said Mr. Filer, "and may labor all his life for the benefit of such people as those, and may heap up facts on figures, facts on figures, facts on figures, mountains high and dry, and he can no more hope to persuade 'em that they have no right or business to be married than he can hope to persuade 'em that they have no earthly right or business to be born. And that we know they haven't. We reduced that to a mathematical certainty long ago."
"Come here, my girl," said Alderman Cute.
The young blood of her lover had been mounting, wrathfully, within the last few minutes, and he was indisposed to let her come. But, setting a constraint upon himself, he came forward with a stride as Meg approached and stood beside her. Trotty kept her hand within his arm still, but looked from face to face as wildly as a sleeper in a dream.
"Now, I'm going to give you a word or two of good advice, my girl," said the alderman, in his nice, easy way. "It's my place to give advice, you know, because I'm a justice. You know I'm a justice, don't you?"
Meg timidly said, "Yes." But everybody knew Alderman Cute was a justice. Oh dear, so active a justice always. Who such a mote of brightness in the public eye as Cute?
"You are going to be married, you say?" pursued the alderman. "Very unbecoming and indelicate in one of your sex. But never mind that. After you're married, you'll quarrel with your husband and come to be a distressed wife. You may think not, but you will, because I tell you so. Now, I give you fair warning that I have made up my mind to put distressed wives down. So, don't be brought before me. You'll have children, boys. Those boys will grow up bad, of course, and run wild in the streets without shoes or stockings. Mind, my young friend, I'll convict them summarily, every one, for I am determined to put boys without shoes or stockings down. Perhaps your husband will die young, most likely, and leave you with a baby. Then you'll be turned out of doors and wander up and down the streets. Now don't wander near me, my dear, for I am resolved to put all wandering mothers down. All young mothers, of all sorts and kinds, it's my determination to put down. Don't think to plead illness as an excuse with me, or babies as an excuse with me, for all sick persons and young children. I hope you know the church service, but I'm afraid not. I am determined to put down. And if you attempt, desperately and ungratefully and impiously and fraudulently attempt to drown yourself or hang yourself, I'll have no pity on you, for I have made up my mind to put all suicide down. If there is one thing," said the alderman with his self-satisfied smile, "on which I can be said to have made up my mind more than on another, it is to put suicide down. So, don't try it on. That's the phrase, isn't it? Ha! Now we understand each other."
Toby knew not whether to be agonized or glad to see that Meg had turned deadly white and dropped her lover's hand.
"As for you, you dull dog," said the alderman, turning with even increased cheerfulness and urbanity to the young smith, "what are you thinking of being married for? What do you want to be married for, you silly fellow? If I was a fine young strapping chap like you, I should be ashamed of being milksop enough to pin myself to a woman's apron strings. Why, she'll be an old woman before you're a middle-aged man, and a pretty figure you'll cut then, with a draggle-tailed wife and a crowd of squalling children crying after you wherever you go."
Oh, he knew how to banter the common people, Alderman Cute.
"There, go along with you," said the alderman, "and repent. Don't make such a fool of yourself as to get married on New Year's Day. You'll think very differently of it long before next New Year's Day. A trim young fellow like you, with all the girls looking after you. There, go along with you."
They went along, not arm in arm, or hand in hand, or interchanging bright glances, but she in tears, he gloomy and down-looking. Were these the hearts that had so lately made old Toby's leap up from its faintness? No, no. The alderman, a blessing on his head, had put them down.
"As you happen to be here," said the alderman to Toby,
you shall carry a letter for me. Can you be quick? You're an old man." Toby, who had been looking after Meg quite stupidly, made shift to murmur out that he was very quick and very strong. "How old are you?" inquired the alderman. "I am over 60, sir," said Toby. "Oh, this man's a great deal past the average age, you know," cried Mr. Filer, breaking in as if his patience would bear some trying, but this was really carrying matters a little too far. "I feel I'm intruding, sir," said Toby. I misdoubted it this morning. Oh, dear me." The alderman cut him short by giving him the letter from his pocket. Toby would have got a shilling, too, but Mr. Filer, clearly showing that in that case he would rob a certain given number of persons of 9 halfpenny apiece, he only got 6, and thought himself very well off to get that. Then the alderman gave an arm to each of his friends and walked off in high feather, but he immediately came hurrying back alone as if he had forgotten something. "Porter!" said the alderman. "Sir," said Toby. "Take care of that daughter of yours. She's much too handsome." "Even her good looks are stolen from somebody or other, I suppose," thought Toby, looking at the 6 in his hand and thinking of the tripe. "She's been and robbed 500 ladies of bloom apiece, I shouldn't wonder. It's very dreadful." "She's much too handsome, my man," repeated the alderman. "The chances are that she'll come to no good, I clearly see. Observe what I say. Take care of her." With which he hurried off again. "Wrong every way, wrong every way," said Trotty, clasping his hands. "Born bad. No business here." The chimes came clashing in upon him as he said the last words, full, loud, and sounding, but with no encouragement. No, not a drop. "The tune's changed," cried the old man as he listened. "There's not a word of all that fancy in it. Why should there be? I have no business with the new year, nor with the old one neither. Let me die." Still the bells, pealing forth their changes, made the very air spin. "Put 'em down, good old times, good old times, facts and figures, put 'em down, put 'em down." If they said anything, they said this, until the brain of Toby reeled. He pressed his bewildered head between his hands as if to keep it from splitting asunder. A well-timed action, as it happened, for finding the letter in one of them, and being by that means reminded of his charge, he fell, mechanically, into his usual trot, and trotted off. End of Section 12. First Quarter of The Chimes. Section 13 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christi Lupher. The Chimes by Charles Dickens. Second Quarter. The letter Toby had received from Alderman Cute was addressed to a great man in the great district of the town. The greatest district of the town. It must have been the greatest district of the town because it was commonly called the world by its inhabitants. The year was old that day. The patient year had lived through the reproaches and misuses of its slanderers and faithfully performed its work. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. It had labored through the destined round, and now laid down its weary head to die. Trotty had no portion, to his thinking, in the new year or the old. Put 'em down, facts and figures, good old times, put 'em down. His trot went to that measure, and would fit itself to nothing else. But even that one, melancholy as it was, brought him, in due time, to the end of his journey, to the mansion of Sir Joseph Bowley, Member of Parliament. The door was opened by a porter. Such a porter! Not of Toby's order. Quite another thing. His place was the ticket, though, not Toby's. This porter underwent some hard panting before he could speak, having breathed himself by coming incautiously out of his chair without first taking time to think about it and compose his mind. When he had found his voice, which it took him some time to do, for it was a long way off and hidden under a load of meat, he said in a fat whisper, "Who's it from?" Toby told him. "You're to take it in yourself," said the porter, pointing to a room at the end of a long passage opening from the hall. "Everything goes straight in on this day of the year. You're not a bit too soon, for the carriage is at the door now, and they have only come to town for a couple of hours a purpose." Toby wiped his feet, which were quite dry already, with great care, and took the way pointed out to him, observing as he went that it was an awfully grand house, but hushed and covered up, as if the family were in the country. Knocking at the room door, he was told to enter from within, and doing so, found himself in a spacious library, where, at a table strewn with files and papers, were a stately lady in a bonnet, and a not very stately gentleman in black, who wrote from her dictation, while another, and an older, and a much statelier gentleman, whose hat and cane were on the table, walked up and down, with one hand in his breast, and looked complacently from time to time at his own picture, a very full length, hanging over the fireplace. "What is this?" said the last-named gentleman. "Mr. Fish, will you have the goodness to attend?" Mr. Fish begged pardon, and taking the letter from Toby, handed it with great respect. "From Alderman Cute, Sir Joseph." "Is this all? Have you nothing else, porter?" inquired Sir Joseph. Toby replied in the negative. "You have no bill or demand upon me? My name is Bowley, Sir Joseph Bowley. Of any kind from anybody, have you?" said Sir Joseph. "If you have, present it. There is a cheque-book by the side of Mr. Fish. I allow nothing to be carried into the new year. Every description of account is settled in this house at the close of the old one, so that if death was to cut," suggested Mr. Fish. "To sever, sir," returned Sir Joseph with great asperity, "the cord of existence, my affairs would be found, I hope, in a state of preparation." "My dear Sir Joseph," said the lady, who was greatly younger than the gentleman, "how shocking!" "My Lady Bowley," returned Sir Joseph, floundering now and then as in the great depth of his observations. "At this season of the year we should think of ourselves. We should look into our accounts. We should feel that every return of so eventful a period in human transactions involves matter of deep moment between a man and his banker." Sir Joseph delivered these words as if he felt the full morality of what he was saying, and desired that even Trotty should have an opportunity of being improved by such discourse. Possibly he had this end before him in still forbearing to break the seal of the letter, and in telling Trotty to wait where he was a minute. "I am the poor man's friend," observed Sir Joseph, glancing at the poor man present. "As such I may be taunted. As such I have been taunted. But I ask no other title." "Bless him for a noble gentleman," thought Trotty. "I don't agree with Cute here, for instance," said Sir Joseph, holding out the letter. "I don't agree with that Filer party. I don't agree with any party. My friend, the poor man, has no business with anything of that sort, and nothing of that sort has any business with him. My friend, the poor man, in my district, is my business. No man or body of men has any right to interfere between my friend and me. That is the ground I take. I assume a paternal character toward my friend. I say, my good fellow, I will treat you paternally." With that great sentiment, he opened the alderman's letter and read it. "Very polite and attentive, I am sure," exclaimed Sir Joseph. "My lady, the alderman is so obliging as to remind me that he has had the distinguished honor, he is very good, of meeting me at the house of our mutual friend Deedles, the banker. And he does me the favour to inquire whether it will be agreeable to me to have Will Fern put down. He came up to London, it seems, to look for employment, trying to better himself. That's his story, and being found at night asleep in a shed, was taken into custody, and carried next morning before the alderman. The alderman observes, very properly, that he is determined to put this sort of thing down, and that if it will be agreeable to me to have Will Fern put down, he will be happy to begin with him." "Let him be made an example of, by all means," returned the lady. "Last winter, when I introduced pinking and eyelet-holing among the men and boys in the village as a nice evening employment, and had the lines, 'Oh, let us love our occupations, bless the squire and his relations, live upon our daily rations, and always know our proper stations,' set to music on the new system for them to sing the while, this very Fern, I see him now, touched that hat of his and said, 'I humbly ask for your pardon, my lady, but an't I something different from a great girl?' I expected it, of course. Who can expect anything but insolence and ingratitude from that class of people? That is not to the purpose, however. Sir Joseph, make an example of him." Trotty, who had long ago relapsed and was very low-spirited, stepped forward with a rueful face to take the letter Sir Joseph held out to him. "You have heard, perhaps," said Sir Joseph oracularly, "certain remarks into which I have been led respecting the solemn period of time at which we have arrived, and the duty imposed upon us of settling our affairs and being prepared. Now, my friend, can you lay your hand upon your heart and say that you also have made preparation for a new year?" "I am afraid, sir," stammered Trotty, looking meekly at him, "that I am a little behindhand with the world."
"Behindhand with the world?" repeated Sir Joseph Bowley, in a tone of terrible distinctness.
"I am afraid, sir," faltered Trotty, "that there's a matter of 10 or 12 shillings owing to Mrs. Chickenstalker."
"To Mrs. Chickenstalker?" repeated Sir Joseph, in the same tone as before.
"A shop, sir," exclaimed Toby, "in the general line. Also a little money on account of rent. A very little, sir. It oughtn't to be owing, I know, but we have been hard put to indeed."
Sir Joseph looked at his lady, and at Mr. Fish, and at Trotty, one after another, twice all round. He then made a despondent gesture with both hands at once, as if he gave the thing up altogether. How a man, even among this improvident and impracticable race, an old man, a man grown grey, can look a new year in the face with his affairs in this condition. How he can lie down in his bed at night and get up again in the morning, and there, he said, turning his back on Trotty. Take the letter. Take the letter.
"I heartily wish it was otherwise, sir," said Trotty, anxious to excuse himself. "We have been tried very hard."
Sir Joseph, still repeating, "Take the letter, take the letter," and Mr. Fish not only saying the same thing, but giving additional force to the request by motioning the bearer to the door,
he had nothing for it but to make his bow and leave the house, and in the street poor Trotty pulled his worn hat down on his head to hide the grief he felt at getting no hold on the new year anywhere. He didn't even lift his hat to look up at the bell tower when he came to the old church on his return. He halted there a moment from habit, and knew that it was growing dark, and that the steeple rose above him, indistinct and faint in the murky air. He knew, too, that the chimes would ring immediately, and that they sounded, to his fancy at such a time, like voices in the clouds. But he only made the more haste to deliver the alderman's letter, and to get out of the way before they began, for he dreaded to hear them tagging, friends and fathers, to the burden they had rung out last. Toby discharged himself of his commission, therefore, with all possible speed, and set off trotting homeward. But what with his pace, which was at best an awkward one in the street, and what with his hat, which didn't improve it, he trotted against somebody in less than no time, and was sent staggering out into the road. "I beg your pardon, I'm sure," said Trotty, pulling up his hat in great confusion, and, between the hat and the torn lining, fixing his head into a kind of beehive. "I hope I haven't hurt you." As to hurting anybody, Toby was not such an absolute Samson, but that he was much more likely to be hurt himself, and indeed he had flown out into the road like a shuttlecock. He had such an opinion of his own strength, however, that he was in real concern for the other party, and said again, "I hope I haven't hurt you." The man against whom he had run, a sun-browned, sinewy, country-looking man, with grizzled hair and a rough chin, stared at him for a moment as if he suspected him to be in jest. But, satisfied of his good faith, he answered, "No, friend, you have not hurt me." "Nor the child, I hope?" said Trotty. "Nor the child," returned the man. "I thank you kindly." As he said so, he glanced at a little girl he carried in his arms, asleep, and shading her face with the long end of the poor handkerchief he wore about his throat, went slowly on. The tone in which he said, "I thank you kindly," penetrated Trotty's heart. He was so jaded and footsore, and so soiled with travel, and looked about him so forlorn and strange, that it was a comfort to him to be able to thank anyone, no matter for how little. Toby stood gazing after him as he plodded wearily away, with the child's arm clinging round his neck. At the figure in the worn shoes, now the very shade and ghost of shoes, rough leather leggings, common frock and broad slouched hat, Trotty stood gazing, blind to the whole street, and at the child's arm, clinging round its neck. Before he merged into the darkness, the traveler stopped, and, looking round and seeing Trotty standing there yet, seemed undecided whether to return or go on. After doing first one and then the other, he came back, and Trotty went halfway to meet him. "You can tell me, perhaps," said the man with a faint smile, "and if you can, I am sure will, and I'd rather ask you than another, where Alderman Cute lives." "Close at hand," replied Toby. "I'll show you his house with pleasure." "I was to have gone to him elsewhere to-morrow," said the man, accompanying Toby, "but I am uneasy under suspicion, and want to clear myself and be free to go and seek my bread, I don't know where, so maybe he'll forgive my going to his house tonight." "It's impossible!" cried Toby with a start. "That your name's Fern?" "Eh?" cried the other, turning on him in astonishment. "Fern! Will Fern!" said Trotty. "That's my name," replied the other. "Why, then," cried Trotty, seizing him by the arm and looking cautiously round, "for heaven's sake, don't go to him. Don't go to him. He'll put you down as sure as ever you were born. Here, come up this alley, and I'll tell you what I mean. Don't go to him." His new acquaintance looked as if he thought him mad, but he bore him company, nevertheless. When they were shrouded from observation, Trotty told him what he knew, and what character he had received, and all about it. The subject of his history listened to it with a calmness that surprised him. He did not contradict or interrupt it once. He nodded his head now and then, more in corroboration of an old and worn-out story, it appeared, than in refutation of it, and once or twice threw back his hat and passed his freckled hand over a brow where every furrow he had plowed seemed to have set its image in a little, but he did no more. "It's true enough in the main," he said. "Master, I could sift grain from the husk here or there, but let it be as 'tis. What odds? I've gone against his plans, to my misfortune. I can't help it. I should do the like tomorrow. And as to character, them gentlefolks will search and pry and have it as free from spot or speck in us, afore they'll help us to a dry good word. Well, I hope they don't lose good opinion as easy as we do, or their lives is strict indeed, and hardly worth the keeping. For myself, master, I never took with that hand," holding it before him, "what wasn't my own, and never held it back from work, however hard or poorly paid. Whoever can deny it, let him chop it off. But when work won't maintain me like a human creature, when my living is so bad that I'm hungry, outdoors and in, when I see a whole working life begin that way, go on that way, and end that way, without a chance or change, then I say to the gentlefolks, keep away from me, let my cottage be. My doors is dark enough without your darkening of 'em more. Don't look for me to come up into the park and help the show when there's a birthday or a fine speech-making or what not. Act your plays and games without me, and be welcome to 'em and enjoy 'em. We've now to do with one another. I'm best let alone." Seeing that the child in his arms had opened her eyes and was looking about in wonder, he checked himself to say a word or two of foolish prattle in her ear and stand her on the ground beside him. Then, slowly winding one of her long tresses round and round his rough forefinger like a ring, while she hung about his dusty leg, he said to Trotty, "I'm not a cross-grained man by nature, I believe, and easy satisfied, I'm sure. I bear no ill will against none of 'em. I only want to live like one of the Almighty's creatures. I can't. I don't. And so there's a pit dug between me and them that can and do. There's others like me. You might tell 'em off by hundreds and by thousands sooner than by ones." Trotty knew that he spoke the truth in this, and shook his head to signify as much. "I've got a bad name this way," said Fern, "and I'm not likely, I'm afeard, to get a better. 'Tan't lawful to be out of sorts, and I am out of sorts, though God knows I'd sooner bear a cheerful spirit if I could. Well, I don't know as this alderman could hurt me much by sending me to jail, but without a friend to speak a word for me, he might do it. And you see," pointing downward with his finger at the child. He sunk his voice so low, and gazed upon her with an air so stern and strange, that Toby, to divert the current of his thoughts, inquired if his wife were living. "I never had one," he returned, shaking his head. "She's my brother's child, a orphan, 9-year-old, though you'd hardly think it. But she's tired and worn out now. They'd have taken care on her in the Union, 28 mile away from where we live, between 4 walls, as they took care of my old father when he couldn't work no more, though he didn't trouble him long. But I took her instead, and she's lived with me ever since. Her mother had a friend once, in London here. We're trying to find her, and to find work too, but it's a large place. Never mind. More room for us to walk about in, Lily." Meeting the child's eyes with a smile which melted Toby more than tears, he shook him by the hand. "I don't so much as know your name," he said, "but I've opened my heart free to you, for I'm thankful to you, with good reason. I'll take your advice and keep clear of this—" "Justice," suggested Toby. "Oh," he said, "if that's the name they give him, this Justice. And tomorrow we'll try whether there's better fortune to be met with somewheres near London. Good night. A Happy New Year." "Stay!" cried Trotty, catching at his hand as he relaxed his grip. "Stay! The New Year never can be happy to me if we part like this. The New Year can never be happy to me if I see the child and you go wandering away, you don't know where, without a shelter for your heads. Come home with me. I'm a poor man, living in a poor place, but I can give you lodging for one night, never miss it. Come home with me. Here, I'll take her," cried Trotty, lifting up the child. "A pretty one. I'll carry 20 times her weight and never know I'd got it. Tell me if I go too quick for you. I'm very fast. I always was." Trotty said this, taking about 6 of his trotting paces to one stride of his fatigued companion, and with his thin legs quivering again beneath the load he bore. "Down the mews here, Uncle Will, and step at the black door, with T. Vec. Ticket Porter wrote upon the board. And here we are, and here we go, and here we are indeed, my precious Meg, surprising you." With which words, Trotty, in a breathless state, set the child down before his daughter in the middle of the floor. The little visitor looked once at Meg, and doubting nothing in that face, but trusting everything she saw there, ran into her arms. "Here we are, and here we go," cried Trotty, running round the room and choking audibly. "Here, Uncle Will, here's a fire, you know. Why don't you come to the fire? Oh, here we are, and here we go. Meg, my precious darling, where's the kettle? Here it is, and here it goes, and it'll boil in no time." Trotty really had picked up the kettle somewhere or other in the course of his wild career, and now put it on the fire, while Meg, seating the child in a warm corner, knelt down on the ground before her, and pulled off her shoes and dried her wet feet on a cloth. Aye, and she laughed at Trotty too, so pleasantly, so cheerfully, that Trotty could have blessed her where she kneeled, for he had seen that, when they had entered, she was sitting by the fire in tears. "Why, father," said Meg, "you're crazy tonight, I think. I don't know what the bells would say to that." Meg looked toward him and saw that he had elaborately stationed himself behind the chair of their male visitor, where, with many mysterious gestures, he was holding up the 6pence he had earned. "I see, my dear," said Trotty, "as I was coming in, 1/2 an ounce of tea, lying somewhere on the stairs, and I'm pretty sure there was a bit of bacon too. As I don't remember where it was exactly, I'll go myself and try to find 'em." With this inscrutable artifice, Toby withdrew to purchase the viands he had spoken of for ready money at Mrs. Chickenstalker's, and presently came back, pretending that he had not been able to find them at first in the dark. "But here they are at last," said Trotty, setting out the tea things. "All correct. I was pretty sure it was tea in a rasher, so it is. Meg, my pet, if you'll just make the tea, while your unworthy father toasts the bacon, we shall be ready immediate." "It's a curious circumstance," said Trotty, proceeding in his cookery with the assistance of the toasting fork. "Curious, but well known to my friends, that I never care myself for rashers nor for tea. I like to see other people enjoy 'em," said Trotty, speaking very loud to impress the fact upon his guest. "But to me, as food, they are disagreeable." Yet Trotty sniffed the savor of the hissing bacon, as if he liked it, and when he poured the boiling water in the teapot, looked lovingly down into the depths of that snug cauldron, and, suffering the fragrant steam to curl about his nose and wreathe his head and face in the thick cloud. However, for all this, he neither ate nor drank, except at the very beginning, a mere morsel for form's sake, which he appeared to eat with infinite relish, but declared was perfectly uninteresting to him. "Now I'll tell you what," said Trotty after tea. "The little one, she sleeps with Meg, I know." "With good Meg," cried the child, caressing her. "With Meg." "That's right," said Trotty. "And I shouldn't wonder if she'll kiss Meg's father, won't she? I'm Meg's father." Mightily delighted Trotty was, when the child went timidly toward him, and having kissed him, fell back upon Meg again. Meg looked toward their guest, who leaned upon her chair, and, with his face turned from her, fondled the child's head, half hidden in her lap. "To be sure," said Toby, "to be sure. I don't know what I'm rambling on about tonight. My wits are wool-gathering, I think. Will Fern, you come along with me. You're tired to death, and broken down for want of rest. You come along with me." The hand released from the child's hair had fallen, trembling, into Trotty's hand. So Trotty, talking without intermission, led him out as tenderly and easily as if he had been a child himself. Returning before Meg, he listened for an instant at the door of her little chamber, an adjoining room. The child was murmuring a simple prayer before lying down to sleep, and when she had remembered Meg's name, "Dearly, dearly," so her words ran, Trotty heard her stop and ask for his. It was some short time before the foolish little old fellow could compose himself to mend the fire and draw his chair to the warm hearth. But when he had done so, and had trimmed the light, he took his newspaper from his pocket and began to read. Carelessly at first, and skimming up and down the columns, but with an earnest and sad attention very soon. For this same dreaded paper redirected Trotty's thoughts into the channel they had taken all that day, and which the day's events had so marked out and shaped. His interest in the two wanderers had set him on another course of thinking, and a happier one for the time. But, being alone again, and reading of the crimes and violences of the people, he relapsed into his former train. "It's too true, all I've heard today," Toby muttered. "Too just, too full of proof. We're bad." The chimes took up the words so suddenly, burst out so loud and clear and sonorous, that the bells seemed to strike him in his chair. And what was that? They said. "Toby Veck, Toby Veck, waiting for you, Toby. Toby Veck, Toby Veck, waiting for you, Toby. Come and see us, come and see us. Drag him to us, drag him to us. Haunt and hunt him, haunt and hunt him. Break his slumbers, break his slumbers. Toby Veck, Toby Veck. Door open wide, Toby. Toby Veck, Toby Veck. Door open wide, Toby." Then fiercely back to their impetuous strain again, and ringing in the very bricks and plaster on the walls. Toby listened. Fancy his remorse for having run away from them that afternoon. No, nothing of the kind. Again and again, and yet a dozen times again. Haunt and hunt him, haunt and hunt him. Drag him to us, drag him to us. Deafening the whole town. "Meg," said Trotty softly, tapping at her door, "do you hear anything?" "I hear the bells, father. Surely they're very loud tonight." "Is she asleep?" said Toby, making an excuse for peeping in. "So peacefully and happily. I can't leave her yet, though, father. Look how she holds my hand." "Meg," whispered Trotty, "listen to the bells." She listened, with her face toward him all the time, but it underwent no change. She didn't understand them. Trotty withdrew, resumed his seat by the fire, and once more listened by himself. He remained here a little time. It was impossible to bear it. Their energy was dreadful. "If the tower door really is open," said Toby, hastily laying aside his apron, but never thinking of his hat, "what's to hinder me from going up in the steeple and satisfying myself? If it's shut, I don't want any other satisfaction. That's enough." He was pretty certain, as he slipped out quietly into the street, that he should find it shut and locked, for he knew the door well, and had so rarely seen it open that he couldn't reckon above 3 times in all. It was a low arched portal outside the church, in a dark nook behind a column, and had such great iron hinges and such a monstrous lock that there was more hinge and lock than door. But what was his astonishment when, coming bareheaded to the church, and putting his hand into the dark nook, with a certain misgiving that it might be unexpectedly seized, and a shivering propensity to draw it back again, he found that the door, which opened outward, actually stood ajar. He thought, on the first surprise, of going back, or of getting a light or a companion. But his courage aided him immediately, and he determined to ascend alone. "What have I to fear?" said Trotty. "It's a church. Besides, the ringers may be there, and have forgotten to shut the door." So he went in, feeling his way as he went, like a blind man, for it was very dark, and very quiet, for the chimes were silent. The dust from the street had blown into the recess, and lying there, heaped up, made it so soft and velvet-like to the foot that there was something startling even in that. The narrow stair was so close to the door, too, that he stumbled at the very first, and, shutting the door upon himself by striking it with his foot and causing it to rebound back heavily, he couldn't open it again. This was another reason, however, for going on. Trotty groped his way and went on. Up, 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 and round and up, higher, higher, higher up, until, ascending through the floor, and pausing with his head just raised above its beams, he came among the bells. It was barely possible to make out their great shapes in the gloom, but there they were, shadowy and dark and dumb. A heavy sense of dread and loneliness fell instantly upon him as he climbed into this airy nest of stone and metal. His head went round and round. He listened, and then raised a wild "Hullo!" "Hullo!" was mournfully protracted by the echoes. Giddy, confused, and out of breath and frightened, Toby looked about him vacantly, and sunk down in a swoon. End of Section 13. Second Quarter of the Chimes. Section 14 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christi, Lupher. The Chimes by Charles Dickens. Third Quarter. When and how the darkness of the night-black steeple changed to shining light, and how the solitary tower was peopled with a myriad figures, when and how the whispered "Haunt and hunt him," breathing monotonously through his sleep or swoon, became a voice exclaiming in the waking ears of Trotty, "Break his slumbers." When and how he ceased to have a sluggish and confused idea that such things were, companioning a host of others that were not, there are no dates or means to tell. But, awake, and standing on his feet upon the boards where he had lately lain, he saw this goblin sight. Then, and not before, did Trotty see in every bell a bearded figure of the bulk and stature of the bell, incomprehensibly a figure and the bell itself, gigantic, grave, and darkly watchful of him as he stood rooted to the ground. Mysterious and awful figures, resting on nothing, poised in the night air of the tower, with their draped and hooded heads merged in the dim roof, motionless and shadowy and dark, although he saw them by some light belonging to themselves. None else was there, each with its muffled hand upon its goblin mouth. He could not plunge down wildly through the opening in the floor, for all power of motion had deserted him. Otherwise he would have done so, aye, would have thrown himself head foremost from the steeple-top, rather than have seen them watching him, with eyes that would have waked and watched, although the pupils had been taken out. A blast of air, how cold and shrill, came moaning through the tower. As it died away, the great bell, or the goblin of the great bell, spoke. "What visitor is this?" it said. The voice was low and deep, and Trotty fancied that it sounded in the other figures as well. I thought my name was called by the chimes," said Trotty, raising his hands in an attitude of supplication. "I hardly know why I am here, or how I came. I have listened to the chimes these many years. They have cheered me often." "And you have thanked them?" said the bell. "1,000 times!" cried Trotty. "How?" I am a poor man," faltered Trotty, "and could only thank them in words." "And always so?" inquired the goblin of the bell. "Have you never done us wrong in words?" "No!" cried Trotty eagerly. "Never done us foul and false and wicked wrong in words?" pursued the goblin of the bell. Trotty was about to answer, "Never!" but he stopped and was confused. "The voice of time," said the phantom, "cries to man, advance. Time is for his advancement and improvement, for his greater worth, his greater happiness, his better life, his progress onward to that goal within its knowledge and its view, and set there in the period when time and he began. Ages of darkness, wickedness, and violence have come and gone. Millions uncountable have suffered, lived, and died to point the way before him. Who seeks to turn him back or stay him in his course arrests a mighty engine which will strike the meddler dead, and be the fiercer and the wilder ever for its momentary check." "I never did so to my knowledge, sir," said Trotty. "It was quite by accident if I did. I wouldn't go to do it, I'm sure." "Who puts into the mouth of time or of its servants," said the goblin of the bell, "a cry of lamentation for days which have had their trial and their failure, and have left deep traces of it which the blind may see? A cry that only serves to present time by showing men how much it needs their help when any ears can listen to regrets for such a past. Who does this does a wrong, and you have done that wrong to us, the chimes." Trotty's first excess of fear was gone, but he had felt tenderly and gratefully toward the bells, as you have seen, and when he heard himself arraigned as one who had offended them so weightily, his heart was touched with penitence and grief. "If you knew," said Trotty, clasping his hands earnestly, "or perhaps you do know, if you know how often you have kept me company, how often you have cheered me up when I've been low, how you were quite the plaything of my little daughter Meg, almost the only one she ever had, when first her mother died and she and me were left alone, you won't bear malice for a hasty word." "Who hears in us, the chimes, one note bespeaking disregard or stern regard of any hope or joy, or pain, or sorrow of the many sorrowed throng? Who hears us make response to any creed that gauges human passions and affections as it gauges the amount of miserable food on which humanity may pine and wither, does us wrong? That wrong you have done us, said the bell. I have, said Trotty. Oh, forgive me. Spare me, cried Trotty, falling on his knees. For mercy's sake. Listen, said the shadow. Listen, cried the other shadows. Listen, said a clear and childlike voice, which Trotty thought he recognized as having heard before. The organ sounded faintly in the church below. Swelling by degrees, the melody ascended to the roof and filled the choir and nave. Expanding more and more, it rose up, 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 higher, higher up, awakening agitated hearts within the burly piles of oak, the hollow bells, the iron-bound doors, the stairs of solid stone, until the tower walls were insufficient to contain it, and it soared into the sky. No wonder that an old man's breast could not contain a sound so vast and mighty. It broke from that weak prison in a rush of tears, and Trotty put his hands before his face. Listen, said the shadow. Listen, said the other shadows. Listen, said the child's voice. A solemn strain of blended voices rose into the tower. It was a very low and mournful strain, a dirge, and as he listened, Trotty heard his child among the singers. She is dead, exclaimed the old man. Meg is dead. Her spirit calls to me. I hear it. The spirit of your child bewails the dead, and mingles with the dead. Dead hopes, dead fancies, dead imaginings of youth, returned the bell. But she is living. Learn from her life a living truth. Learn from the creature dearest to your heart how bad the bad are born. See every bud and leaf plucked one by one from off the fairest stem, and know how bare and wretched it may be. Follow her to desperation. Each of the shadowy figures stretched its right arm forth and pointed downward. The spirit of the Chimes is your companion, said the figure. Go, it stands behind you. Trotty turned and saw the child Will Fern had carried in the street, the child whom Meg had watched but now asleep. I carried her myself tonight, said Trotty, in these arms. Show him what he calls himself, said the dark figures one and all. The tower opened at his feet. He looked down and beheld his own form lying at the bottom on the outside, crushed and motionless. No more a living man, cried Trotty. Dead! Dead, said the figures all together. Gracious heaven, and the new year! Past, said the figures. What? He cried, shuddering. I missed my way, and coming on the outside of this tower in the dark, fell down a year ago. 9 years ago, replied the figures. As they gave the answer, they recalled their outstretched hands, and where their figures had been, there the bells were. What are these? He asked his guide. If I am not mad, what are these? Spirits of the bells, their sound upon the air, returned the child. They take such shapes and occupations as the hopes and thoughts of mortals, and the recollections they have stored up, give them. And you? Cried Trotty wildly. What are you? Hush, hush, returned the child. Look here." In a poor, mean room, working at the same kind of embroidery which he had often, often seen before, Meg, his own dear daughter, was presented to his view. He made no effort to imprint kisses on her face. He did not strive to clasp her to his loving heart. He knew that such endearments were, for him, no more. But he held his trembling breath, and brushed away the blinding tears, that he might look upon her, that he might only see her. Ah, changed, changed. The light of the clear eye how dimmed, the bloom how faded from the cheek. Beautiful she was, as she had ever been, but hope, hope, hope. Oh, where was the fresh hope that had spoken to him like a voice? She looked up from her work at a companion. Following her eyes, the old man started back. In the woman grown, he recognized her at a glance. In the long silken hair, he saw the self-same curls. Around the lips, the child's expression lingering still. See, in the eyes, now turned inquiringly on Meg, there shone the very look that scanned those features when he brought her home. Then, what was this beside him? Looking with awe into its face, he saw a something reigning there, a lofty something, undefined and indistinct, which made it hardly more than a remembrance of that child, as yonder figure might be. Yet it was the same, and wore the dress. Hark! They were speaking. "Meg," said Lilian, hesitating, "how often you raise your head from your work to look at me?" "Are my looks so altered that they frighten you?" asked Meg. "Nay, dear, but you smile at that yourself. Why not smile when you look at me, Meg?" "I do so, do I not?" she answered, smiling on her. "Now you do," said Lilian, "but not usually. When you think I'm busy, and don't see you, you look so anxious and so doubtful that I hardly like to raise my eyes. There is little cause for smiling in this hard and toilsome life, but you were once so cheerful." "Am I not now?" cried Meg, speaking in a tone of strange alarm, and rising to embrace her. "Do I make our weary life more weary to you, Lilian?" "You have been the only thing that made it life," said Lilian, fervently kissing her. "Sometimes the only thing that made me care to live so, Meg. Such work, so many hours, so many days, so many long, long nights of hopeless, cheerless, never-ending work. Not to heap up riches, not to live grandly and gaily, not to live upon enough, however coarse, but to earn bare bread, to scrape together just enough to toil upon, and want upon, and keep alive in us the consciousness of our odd fate. Oh, Meg, Meg!" She raised her voice and twined her arms about her as she spoke, like one in pain. "How can the cruel world go round and bear to look upon such lives?" "Lily," said Meg, soothing her and putting back her hair from her wet face. "Why, Lily, you, so pretty and so young—" "Oh, Meg," she interrupted, holding her at arm's length and looking her in the face imploringly. "The worst of all, the worst of all! Strike me hope, Meg, wither me and shrivel me and free me from the dreadful thoughts that tempt me in my youth." Trotty turned to look upon his guide, but the spirit of the child had taken flight, was gone. End of Section 14, Third Quarter of the Chimes. Section 15 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christi, Lupher. The Chimes by Charles Dickens. Fourth Quarter. Some new remembrance of the ghostly figures in the bells, some faint impression of the ringing of the chimes, some giddy consciousness of having seen the swarm of phantoms reproduced and reproduced until the recollection of them lost itself in the confusion of their numbers, some hurried knowledge, how conveyed to him he knew not, that more years had passed, and Trotty, with the spirit of the child attending him, stood looking on at mortal company. Fat company, rosy-cheeked company, comfortable company. They were but 2, but they were red enough for 10. They sat before a bright fire, with a small, low table between them, and unless the fragrance of hot tea and muffins lingered longer in that room than in most others, the table had seen service very lately. But all the cups and saucers being clean and in their proper places in the corner cupboard, and the brass toasting fork hanging in its usual nook, and spreading its 4 idle fingers out as if it wanted to be measured for a glove, there remained no other visible tokens of the meal just finished than such as purred and washed their whiskers in the person of the basking cat, and glistened in the gracious, not to say the greasy, faces of her patrons. This cozy couple, married evidently, had made a fair division of the fire between them, and sat looking at the glowing sparks that dropped into the grate, now nodding off into a doze, now waking up again when some hot fragment, larger than the rest, came rattling down, as if the fire were coming with it. It was in no danger of sudden extinction, however, for it gleamed not only in the little room, and on the panes of window glass in the door, and on the curtain half drawn across them, but in the little shop beyond. A little shop, quite crammed and choked with the abundance of its stock, a perfectly voracious little shop, with a maw as accommodating and full as any shark's. Cheese, butter, firewood, soap, pickles, matches, bacon, table beer, peg tops, sweetmeats, boys' kites, bird seed, cold ham, birch brooms, hearthstones, salt, vinegar, blacking, red herrings, stationery, lard, mushroom ketchup, stay laces, loaves of bread, shuttlecocks, eggs, and slate pencils. Everything was fish that came to the net of this greedy little shop, and all articles were in its net. Glancing at such of these items as were visible in the shining of the blaze, and the less cheerful radiance of 2 smoky lamps, which burnt but dimly in the shop itself, as though its plethora sat heavy on their lungs, and glancing then at one of the 2 faces by the parlor fire, Trotty had small difficulty in recognizing in the stout old lady Mrs. Chickenstalker, always inclined to corpulency, even in the days when he had known her as established in the general line, and having a small balance against him in her books. The features of her companion were less easy to him. The great, broad chin, with creases in it large enough to hide a finger in, the astonished eyes that seemed to expostulate with themselves for sinking deeper and deeper into the yielding fat of the soft face, the nose afflicted with that disordered action of its functions which is generally termed the snuffles, the short, thick throat and laboring chest, with other beauties of the like description, though calculated to impress the memory, Trotty could at first allot to nobody he had ever known, and yet he had some recollection of them too. At length, in Mrs. Chickenstalker's partner in the general line, and in the crooked and eccentric line of life, he recognized the former porter of Sir Joseph Bowley, an apoplectic innocent who had connected himself in Trotty's mind with Mrs. Chickenstalker years ago by giving him admission to the mansion where he had confessed his obligations to that lady and drawn on his unlucky head such grave reproach. Trotty had little interest in a change like this, after the changes he had seen, but Association is very strong sometimes, and he looked involuntarily behind the parlor door where the accounts of credit customers were usually kept in chalk. There was no record of his name. Some names were there, but they were strange to him, and infinitely fewer than of old, from which he argued that the porter was an advocate of ready money transactions, and on coming into the business had looked pretty sharp after the chicken-stalker defaulters. So desolate was Trotty, and so mournful for the youth and promise of his blighted child, that it was a sorrow to him even to have no place in Mrs. Chickenstalker's ledger.
"What sort of a night is it, Anne?" inquired the former porter of Sir Joseph Bowley, stretching out his legs before the fire, and rubbing as much of them as his short arms could reach, with an air that added, "Here I am if it's bad, and I don't want to go out if it's good."
"Odd weather indeed," returned his wife, shaking her head.
"Aye, aye. Years," said Mr. Tugby, "are like Christians in that respect. Some of 'em die hard, some of 'em die easy. This one hasn't many days to run, and is making a fight for it. I like him all the better. There's a customer, my love."
Attentive to the rattling door, Mrs. Tugby had already risen.
"Now then," said that lady, passing out into the little shop, "what's wanted? Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, I'm sure. I didn't think it was you."
She made this apology to a gentleman in black, who, with his wristbands tucked up, and his hat cocked loungingly on one side, and his hand in his pocket, sat down astride on the table beer barrel, and nodded in return.
"This is a bad business upstairs, Mrs. Tugby," said the gentleman. "The man can't live." "Not the back attic can't?" cried Tugby, coming out into the shop to join the conference. "The back attic, Mr. Tugby," said the gentleman, "is coming downstairs fast, and will be below the basement very soon."
Looking by turns at Tugby and his wife, he sounded the barrel with his knuckles for the depth of beer, and, having found it, played a tune upon the empty part.
"The back attic, Mr. Tugby," said the gentleman, Tugby having stood in silent consternation for some time, "is going." "Then," said Tugby, turning to his wife, "he must go, you know, before he's gone." "I don't think you can move him," said the gentleman, shaking his head. "I wouldn't take the responsibility of saying it could be done, myself. You had better leave him where he is. He can't live long." "It's the only subject," said Tugby, bringing the butter scale down upon the counter with a crash by weighing his fist on it, "that we've ever had a word upon, she and me, and look what it comes to. He's going to die here after all, going to die upon the premises, going to die in our house." "And where should he have died, Tugby?" cried his wife. "In the workhouse," he returned. "What are workhouses made for?" "Not for that," said Mrs. Tugby, with great energy. "Not for that. Neither did I marry you for that. Don't think it, Tugby. I won't have it. I won't allow it. I'd be separated first and never see your face again. When my widow's name stood over that door, as it did for many, many years, the house being known as Mrs. Chickenstalker's far and wide, and never known but to its honest credit and its good report. When my widow's name stood over that door, Tugby, I knew him as a handsome, steady, manly, independent youth. I knew her as the sweetest looking, sweetest tempered girl I's ever saw, and I knew her father, poor old creature. He fell down from the steeple walking in his sleep and killed himself. For the simplest, hardest working, childest hearted man that ever drew breath of life. And when I turn them out of house and home, may angels turn me out of heaven, as they would and serve me right."
Her old face, which had been a plump and dimpled one before the changes which had come to pass, seemed to shine out of her as she said these words, and when she dried her eyes and shook her head and her handkerchief at Tugby with an expression of firmness which it was quite clear was not to be easily resisted, Trotty said, Bless her, bless her." Then he listened, with a panting heart, for what should follow, knowing nothing yet but that they spoke of Meg. The gentleman upon the table beer cask, who appeared to be some authorized medical attendant upon the poor, was far too well accustomed, evidently, to little differences of opinion between man and wife, to interpose any remark in this instance. He sat softly whistling and turning little drops of beer out of the tap upon the ground until there was a perfect calm. When he raised his head and said to Mrs. Tugby, late chicken-stalker, "There's something interesting about the woman, even now. How did she come to marry him?" "Why, that," said Mrs. Tugby, taking a seat near him, "is not the least cruel part of her story, sir. You see, they kept company, she and Richard, many years ago, when they were a young and beautiful couple. Everything was settled, and they were to have been married on New Year's Day. But, somehow, Richard got into his head, through what a gentleman told him, that he might do better, and that he'd soon repent it, and that she wasn't good enough for him, and that a young man of spirit had no business to be married. And the gentleman frightened her, and made her melancholy, and timid of his deserting her, and of her children coming to the gallows, and of it being wicked to be man and wife, and a good deal more of it. And, in short, they lingered and lingered, and their trust in one another was broken, and so at last was the match. But the fault was his. She would have married him, sir, joyfully. I've seen her heart swell many time afterwards when he passed her in a proud and careless way. And never did a woman grieve more truly for a man than she for Richard when he first went wrong." "Oh, he went wrong, did he?" said the gentleman, pulling out the vent peg of the table beer and trying to peep down into the barrel through the hole. "Well, sir, I don't know that he rightly understood himself, you see. I think his mind was troubled by their having broke with one another, and that, but for being ashamed before the gentleman, and perhaps for being uncertain, too, how she might take it, he'd have gone through any suffering or trial to have had Meg's promise and Meg's hand again. That's my belief. He never said so, more's a pity. He took to drinking, idling, bad companions, all the fine resources that were to be so much better for him than the home which he might have had. He lost his looks, his character, his health, his strength, his friends, his work, everything." "He didn't lose everything, Mrs. Tugby," returned the gentleman, "because he gained a wife. I want to know how he gained her." "I'm coming to it, sir, in a moment. This went on for years and years, he sinking lower and lower, she enduring, poor thing, miseries enough to wear her life away. At last he was so cast down and cast out that no one would employ or notice him, and doors were shut upon him, go where he would, applying from place to place and door to door, and coming for the 100th time to one gentleman, who had often and often tried him. He was a good workman to the very end. That gentleman, who knew his history, said, 'I believe you are incorrigible, and there's only one person in the world who has a chance of reclaiming you. Ask me to trust you no more until she tries to do it.' Something like that, in his anger and vexation." "Ah," said the gentleman. "Well?" "Well, sir, he went to her, and kneeled to her, said it was so, said it ever had been so, and made a prayer to her to save him." "And she don't distress yourself, Mrs. Tugby." "She came to me that night to ask me about living here. 'What he was once to me,' she said, 'is buried in a grave, side by side with what I was to him. But I have thought of this, and I will make a trial, in the hope of saving him, for the love of the light-hearted girl, you remember her, who was to have been married on the New Year's Day, and for her love of her Richard.' And he said he had come to her from Lilian, and Lilian had trusted to him, and she never could forget that. So they were married. When they came home here, and I saw 'em, I hope that such prophecies as parted 'em when they were young may not often fulfill themselves, as they did in this case, or I wouldn't be the makers of 'em for a mine of gold." The gentleman got off the cask and stretched himself, observing, "I suppose he used her ill as soon as they were married?" "Oh, I don't think he ever did that," said Mrs. Tugby, shaking her head and wiping her eyes. "He went on better for a short time, but his habits were too old and strong to be got rid of. He soon fell back a little, and was falling back fast when his illness came so strong upon him. I think he's always felt for her. I am sure he has. I've seen him in his crying fits and tremblings try to kiss her hand, and I've heard him call her Meg and say it was her 19th birthday. There has been lying now these weeks and months. Between him and her baby, she's not been able to do her old work, and by not being able to be regular, she's lost it, even if she could have done it. How they have lived, I hardly know." "I know," muttered Tugby, looking at the till, and round the shop, and at his wife, and rolling his head with immense intelligence. He was interrupted by a cry, a sound of lamentation, from the upper story of the house. The gentleman moved hurriedly to the door. "My friend," he said, looking back, "you needn't discuss whether he shall be removed or not. He has spared you that trouble, I believe." Saying so, he ran upstairs, followed by Mrs. Tugby, while Mr. Tugby panted and grumbled after them at leisure, being rendered more than commonly short-winded by the weight of the till, in which there had been an inconvenient quantity of copper. Trotty, with the child beside him, floated up the staircase like mere air. "Follow her, follow her, follow her," he heard the ghostly voices of the bells repeat their words as he ascended. "Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." It was over. It was over. And this was she, her father's pride and joy. This haggard, wretched woman, weeping by the bed, if it deserved that name, and pressing to her breast, and hanging down her head upon, an infant? Who can tell how spare, how sickly, how poor an infant? Who can tell how dear? "Thank God!" cried Trotty, holding up his folded hands. "Oh, God be thanked! She loves her child!" Again Trotty heard the voices saying, "Follow her." He turned toward his guide, and saw it rising from him, passing through the air. "Follow her," it said, and vanished. He hovered round her, sat down at her feet, looked up into her face for one trace of her old self, listened for one note of her old pleasant voice. He flitted round the child so wan, so prematurely old, so dreadful in its gravity, so plaintive in its feeble, mournful, miserable wail. He almost worshipped it. He clung to it as her only safeguard, as the last unbroken link that bound her to endurance. He set his father's hope and trust on the frail baby, watched her every look upon it as she held it in her arms, and cried 1,000 times, "She loves it! God be thanked, she loves it!" He saw the woman tend her in the night, return to her when her grudging husband was asleep and all was still, encourage her, shed tears with her, set nourishment before her. He saw the day come and the night again, the day, the night, the time go by, the house of death relieved of death, the room left to herself and to the child. He heard it moan and cry. He saw it harass her and tire her out, and when she slumbered in exhaustion, drag her back to consciousness and hold her with its tiny hands upon the rack. But she was constant to it, gentle with it, patient with it. Patient was its loving mother in her inmost heart and soul, and had its being, knitted up with hers as when she carried it unborn. All this time she was in want, languishing away in dire and pining want. With the baby in her arms, she wandered here and there in quest of occupation, and with its thin face lying in her lap and looking up in hers, did any work for any wretched sum. A day and night of labor for as many farthings as there were figures on the dial. If she had quarreled with it, if she had neglected it, if she had looked upon it with a moment's hate, if, in the frenzy of an instant, she had struck it. No, his comfort was, she loved it always. She told no one of her extremity, and wandered abroad in the day lest she should be questioned by her only friend, for any help she received from her hands occasioned fresh disputes between the good woman and her husband, and it was new bitterness to be the daily cause of strife and discord where she owed so much. She loved it still. She loved it more and more, but a change fell upon the aspect of her love. One night she was singing faintly to it in its sleep and walking to and fro to hush it, when her door was softly opened and a man looked in. "For the last time," he said. "William Byrne." "For the last time." He listened like a man pursued, and spoke in whispers. "Margaret, my race is nearly run. I couldn't finish it without a parting word with you, without one grateful word." "What have you done?" she asked, regarding him with terror. He looked at her but gave no answer. After a short silence he made a gesture with his hand, as if he set her question by, as if he brushed it aside and said, "It's long ago now, Margaret, but that night is as fresh in my memory as ever 'twas. We little thought then," he added, looking round, "that we should ever meet like this. Your child, Margaret, let me have it in my arms. Let me hold your child." He put his hat upon the floor and took it, and he trembled as he took it, from head to foot. "Is it a girl?" "Yes." He put his hand before its little face. "See how weak I'm grown, Margaret. When I want the courage to look at it, let her be a moment. I won't hurt her. It's long ago, but what's her name?" "Margaret," she answered quickly. "I'm glad of that," he said. "I'm glad of that." He seemed to breathe more freely, and after pausing for an instant, took away his hand and looked upon the infant's face, but covered it again immediately. "Margaret," he said, and gave her back the child. "It's Lillian's." "Lillian's?" "I held the same face in my arms when Lillian's mother died and left her." "When Lillian's mother died and left her?" she repeated wildly. "How shrill you speak. Why do you fix your eyes upon me so? Margaret." She sunk down in a chair and pressed the infant to her breast and wept over it. Sometimes she released it from her embrace to look anxiously in its face, then strained it to her bosom again. At those times, when she gazed upon it, then it was that something fierce and terrible began to mingle with her love. Then it was that her old father quailed. "Follow her," was sounded through the house. "Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." "Margaret," said Fern, bending over her and kissing her upon the brow, "I thank you for the last time. Good night. Good-bye. Put your hand in mine, and tell me you'll forget me from this hour, and try to think the end of me was here." She called to him, but he was gone. She sat down stupefied, until her infant roused her to a sense of hunger, cold, and darkness. She paced the room with it the livelong night, hushing it and soothing it. She said, at intervals, "Like Lillian, when her mother died and left her." Why was her step so quick and her eyes so wild, her love so fierce and terrible whenever she repeated those words. "But it is love," said Trotty. "It is love. She'll never cease to love it, my poor Meg." She dressed the child the next morning with unusual care. Ah, vain expenditure of care upon such squalid robes, and once more tried to find some means of life. It was the last day of the old year. She tried till night and never broke her fast. She tried in vain. She mingled with an abject crowd who tarried in the snow until it pleased some officer appointed to dispense the public charity, the lawful charity, not that once preached upon a mount, to call them in and question them and say to this one, "Go to such a place," and to that one, "Come next week," to make a football of another wretch and pass him here and there from hand to hand, from house to house, until he wearied and lay down to die, or started up and robbed, and so became a higher sort of criminal, whose claims allowed of no delay. Here, too, she failed. She loved her child, and wished to have it lying on her breast, and that was quite enough. It was night, a bleak, dark, cutting night, when, pressing the child close to her for warmth, she arrived outside the house she called her home. She was so faint and giddy that she saw no one standing in the doorway until she was close upon it and about to enter. Then she recognized the master of the house, who had so disposed himself, with his person it was not difficult, as to fill up the whole entry. "Oh," he said softly, "you have come back." She looked at the child and shook her head. "Don't you think you have lived here long enough without paying rent? Don't you think that, without any money, you've been a pretty constant customer at this shop now?" said Mr. Tugby. She repeated the same mute appeal. "Suppose you try and deal somewhere else," he said. "And suppose you provide yourself with another lodging. Come, don't you think you could manage it?" She said in a low voice that it was very late. Tomorrow. "Now I see what you want," said Tugby, "and what you mean. You know there are 2 parties in this house about you, and you delight in setting them by the ears. I don't want any quarrels. I'm speaking softly to avoid a quarrel. But if you don't go away, I'll speak out loud, and you shall cause words loud enough to please you. But you shan't come in. That I am determined." She put her hair back with her hand, and looked in a sudden manner at the sky and the dark lowering distance. "This is the last night of an old year, and I won't carry ill blood and quarrelings and disturbances into a new one, to please you nor anybody else," said Tugby, who was quite a retail friend and father. "I wonder you aren't ashamed of yourself to carry such practices into a new year. If you haven't any business in the world but to be always giving way and always making disturbances between man and wife, you'd be better out of it. Go along with you." "Follow her to desperation." Again the old man heard the voices. Looking up, he saw the figures hovering in the air and pointing where she went down the dark street. "She loves it," he exclaimed in agonized entreaty for her. "Chimes, she loves it still." "Follow her." The shadows swept upon the track she had taken like a cloud. Oh, for something to awaken her, for any sight or sound or scent to call up tender recollections in a brain on fire, for any gentle image of the past to rise up before her. "I was her father! I was her father!" cried the old man, stretching out his hands to the dark shadows flying on above. "Have mercy on her and on me! Where does she go? Turn her back. I was her father." But they only pointed to her as she hurried on. "To desperation. Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." 100 voices echoed it. The air was made of breath expended in those words. He seemed to take them in at every gasp he drew. They were everywhere, and not to be escaped. And still she hurried on, the same light in her eyes. All at once she stopped. "No, turn her back!" exclaimed the old man, tearing his white hair. "My child! Meg! Turn her back! Great Father, turn her back!" In her own scanty shawl, she wrapped the baby warm. With her fevered hands, she smoothed its limbs, composed its face, arranged its mean attire. In her wasted arms she folded it, as though she never would resign it more, and with her dry lips kissed it in a final pang and last long agony of love. Putting its tiny hand upon her neck, and holding it there, within her dress, next to her distracted heart, she set its sleeping face against her, closely, steadily against her, and sped onward to the river. To the rolling river, swift and dim, where winter night sat brooding like the last dark thoughts of many who had sought a refuge there before her, where scattered lights upon the banks gleamed sullen, red, and dull, as torches that were burning there to show the way to death, where no abode of living people cast its shadow on the deep, impenetrable, melancholy shade. To the river, to that portal of eternity, her desperate footsteps tended with the swiftness of its rapid waters running to the sea. He tried to touch her as she passed him, going down to its dark level, but the wild, distempered form, the fierce and terrible love, the desperation that had left all human check or hold behind, swept by him like the wind. He followed her. She paused a moment on the brink, before the dreadful plunge. He fell down on his knees and in a shriek addressed the figures of the bells now hovering above them. "Have mercy on her!" he exclaimed. "As one in whom this dreadful crime has sprung from love perverted, from the strongest, deepest love we fallen creatures know. Think what her misery must have been when such seed bears such fruit. Heaven meant her to be good. There's no loving mother on the earth who might not come to this if such a life had gone before. Oh, have mercy on my child, who even at this pass means mercy to her own, and dies herself and perils her immortal soul to save it." She was in his arms. He held her now. His strength was like a giant's. He might have said more, but the bells, the old familiar bells, his own dear, constant, steady friends, the chimes, began to ring the joy peals for a new year, so lustily, so merrily, so happily, so gaily, that he leapt upon his feet and broke the spell that bound him. "And whatever you do, Father," said Meg, "don't eat tripe again without asking some doctor whether it's likely to agree with you, for how you have been going on, good gracious." She was working with her needle at the little table by the fire, dressing her simple gown with ribbons for her wedding, so quietly happy, so blooming and youthful, so full of beautiful promise, that he uttered a great cry as if it were an angel in his house, then flew to clasp her in his arms. But he caught his feet in the newspaper which had fallen on the hearth, and somebody came rushing in between them. "No!" cried the voice of the same somebody. A generous and jolly voice it was. "Not even you! Not even you! The first kiss of Meg in the new year is mine! Mine! I have been waiting outside the house this hour to hear the bells and claim it. Meg, my precious prize, a happy year, a life of happy years, my darling wife." And Richard smothered her with kisses. You never in all your life saw anything like Trotty after this. I don't care where you have lived or what you have seen. You never in all your life saw anything at all approaching him. He sat down in his chair and beat his knees and cried. He sat down in his chair and beat his knees and laughed. He sat down in his chair and beat his knees and laughed and cried together. He got out of his chair and hugged Meg. He got out of his chair and hugged Richard. He got out of his chair and hugged them both at once. He kept running up to Meg and squeezing her fresh face between his hands and kissing it, going from her backward not to lose sight of it, and running up again like a figure in a magic lantern. And whatever he did, he was constantly sitting himself down in this chair and never stopping in it for a single moment, being, that's the truth, beside himself with joy. "And tomorrow's your wedding day, my pet," cried Trotty. "Your real happy wedding day." "Today," cried Richard, shaking hands with him. "Today! The chimes are ringing in the new year. Hear them!" They were ringing. Bless their sturdy hearts, they were ringing. Great bells as they were, melodious, deep-mouthed, noble bells, cast in no common metal, made by no common founder. When had they ever chimed like that before? "But today, my pet," said Trotty, "you and Richard had some words today." "Because he's such a bad fellow, father," said Meg. "Ain't you, Richard? Such a headstrong, violent man. He'd have made no more of speaking his mind to that great alderman and putting him down, I don't know where, than he would of kissing Meg," suggested Richard, doing it too. "No, not a bit more," said Meg. "But I wouldn't let him, father. Where would have been the use?" "Richard, my boy," cried Trotty, "you was turned up trumps originally, and trumps you must be until you die. But you were crying by the fire tonight, my pet, when I came home. Why did you cry by the fire?" "I was thinking of the years we've passed together, father. Only that, and thinking you might miss me and be lonely." Trotty was backing off to that extraordinary chair again, when the child, who had been awakened by the noise, came running in half-dressed. "Why, here she is!" cried Trotty, catching her up. "Here's little Lillian! Ha, ha, ha! Here we are, and here we go! Oh, here we are, and here we go again! And here we are, and here we go! And Uncle Will, too!" stopping in his trot to greet him heartily. "Oh, Uncle Will, the vision that I've had tonight, through lodging you! Oh, Uncle Will, the obligations that you've laid me under by your coming, my good friend!" Before Will Fern could make the least reply, a band of music burst into the room, attended by a flock of neighbors screaming, "A happy New Year, Meg! A happy wedding! Many of 'em!" and other fragmentary good wishes of that sort. The drum, who was a private friend of Trotty's, then stepped forward and said, "Trotty Veck, my boy, it's got about that your daughter is going to be married tomorrow. There ain't a soul that knows you don't wish you well, or that knows her and don't wish her well, or that knows you both and don't wish you both all the happiness a new year can bring. And here we are to play it in accordingly." "What a happiness it is, I'm sure," said Trotty, "to be so esteemed. How kind and neighbourly you are. It's all along of my dear daughter. She deserves it." At this moment, a combination of prodigious sounds was heard outside, and a good-humoured, comely woman of some 50 years of age, or thereabouts, came running in, closely followed by the marrow bones and cleavers and the bells. Not the bells, but a portable collection, on a frame. Trotty said, "It's Mrs. Chickenstalker," and sat down and beat his knees again. "Married, and not tell me, Meg!" cried the good woman. "Never! I couldn't rest on the last night of the old year without coming to wish you joy. I couldn't have done it, Meg, not if I'd been bedridden. So here I am." "Mrs. Tugby!" shouted Trotty, who had been going round and round her in an ecstasy. "I should say, Chickenstalker, bless your heart and soul, a happy New Year, and many of 'em, Mrs. Tugby," said Trotty, when he had saluted her. "I should say, Chickenstalker, this is Wilfern and Lillian." The worthy dame, to his surprise, turned very pale and very red. "Not Lillian Fern?" "Has mother died in Dorsetshire?" she said. Her uncle answered yes, and, meeting hastily, they exchanged some hurried words together, of which the upshot was that Mrs. Chickenstalker shook him by both hands, saluted Trotty on his cheek again of her own free will, and took the child to her capacious breast. "Will Fern," said Trotty, pulling off his right-hand muffler, "not the friend that you was hoping to find?" "Aye," returned Will, putting a hand on each of Trotty's shoulders, "and like to prove almost as good a friend, if that can be, as one I found."
"Oh," said Trotty, "please to play up there. Will you have the goodness?"
Had Trotty dreamed, or are his joys and sorrows, and the actors in them, but a dream, himself a dream, the teller of this tale a dreamer, waking but now? If it be so, O listener, dear to him in all his visions, try to bear in mind the stern realities from which these shadows come, and in your sphere, none is too wide and none too limited for such an end, endeavor to correct, improve, and soften them. So may the new year be a happy one to you, happy to many more whose happiness depends on you. So may each year be happier than the last, and not the meanest of our brethren or sisterhood debarred from their rightful share in what our great Creator formed them to enjoy. End of section 15, fourth quarter, and end of the Chimes.
Section 16 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Billy's Santa Claus Experience. Of course, I don't believe in any such person as Santa Claus, but Tommy does. Tommy is my little brother, aged 6. Last Christmas I thought I'd make some fun for the young one by playing Santa Claus, but as always happens when I try to amuse anybody, I just got myself into trouble. I went to bed pretty early on Christmas Eve, so as to give my parents a chance to get the presents out of the closet in Mamma's room, where they had been locked up since they were bought. I kept my clothes on except my shoes, and put my nightgown over them so as I'd look white if any of them came near me. Then I waited, pinching myself to keep awake. After a while Papa came into the room with a lot of things that he'd dumped on Tommy's bed. Then Mamma came in and put some things on mine, and in our 2 stockings that were hung up by the chimney. Then they both went out very quiet, and soon all the lights went out too. I kept on pinching myself and waiting for a time, and then when I was sure that everybody was asleep I got up. The first thing I went into was my sister's room and got her white fur rug that Mamma gave her on her birthday, and her sealskin cape that was hanging on the closet door. I tied the cape on my head with shoestrings, and it made a good big cap. Then I put the fur rug around me and pinned it with big safety pins what I found on Tommy's garters. Then I got Mamma's new scrap basket, trimmed with roses, what Mrs. Simmons broidered for the church fair, and piled all of the kids' toys into it. I fastened it to my back with Papa's suspenders, and then I started for the roof. I hurt my fingers some opening the scuttle, but kept right on. It was snowing hard, and I stood and let myself get pretty well covered with flakes. Then I crawled over to the chimney that went down into our room, and climbed up on top of it. I had brought my bicycle lantern with me, and I lighted it so as Tommy could see me when I came down the chimney into the room. There did not seem to be any places inside the chimney where I could hold on by my feet, but the ceiling in our room was not very high and I had often jumped most as far, so I just let her go, and I suppose I went down. Anyway, I did not know about anything for a long time. Then I woke up all in the dark with my head feeling queer, and when I tried to turn over in bed I found I wasn't in bed at all, and then my arms and legs began to hurt terrible, mostly one arm that was doubled up. I tried to get up, but I couldn't because my bones hurt so, and I was terrible cold and there was nothing to stand on. I was just stuck. Then I began to cry, and pretty soon I heard Mamma's voice saying to Papa, "Those must be sparrows that are making that noise in the chimney. Just touch a match to the wood in the boys' fireplace." I heard Papa strike a light, and then the wood began to crackle. Then, by jinks, it began to get hot and smoky, and I screamed, "Help! Murder! Put out that fire lest you want to burn me up." Then I heard Papa stamping on the wood and Mamma calling out, "Where's Billy? Where is my child?" Next Tommy woke up and began to cry, and everything was terrible, especially the pains all over me. Then Papa called out very stern, "William, if you are in that chimney, come down at once." And I answered, crying, that I would if I could, but I was stuck and couldn't. Then I heard Papa getting dressed, and pretty soon he and John from the stable went up on the roof and let down ropes, what I put around me, and they hauled me up. It was just daylight, and I was all black and sooty and scratched, and my arm was broken. Everybody scolded me except Mamma. I had spoiled my sister's white rug, and broken all of Tommy's toys, and the snow what went in through the scuttle melted and marked the parlour ceiling. Besides, I guess it cost Papa a good deal to get my arm mended. Nobody would believe that I had just meant to make some fun for Tommy, and my arm and all my bruised places hurt me awful for a long time. If I live to be 1,000,000, I am never going to play Santa Claus again. End of section 16.
Section 17 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Wright. Christmas in Poganuc by Harriet Beecher Stowe. The First Christmas. Can any of us look back to the earlier days of our mortal pilgrimage and remember the helpless sense of desolation and loneliness caused by being forced to go off to the stillness and darkness of a solitary bed, far from all the beloved voices and employments and sights of life? Can we remember lying, hearing distant voices, and laughs of more fortunate older people, and the opening and shutting of doors that told of scenes of animation and interest from which we were excluded? How doleful sounded the tick of the clock, and how dismal was the darkness as sunshine faded from the window, leaving only a square of dusky dimness in place of daylight. All who remember these will sympathize with Dolly, who was hustled off to bed by Nabby the minute supper was over, that she might have the decks clear for action. "Now be a good girl, shut your eyes, and say your prayers, and go right to sleep," had been Nabby's parting injunction as she went out, closing the door after her. The little head sunk into the pillow, and Dolly recited her usual liturgy of "Our Father, who art in heaven," and "I pray God to bless my dear father and mother and all my dear friends and relations, and make me a good girl," and ending with "Now I lay me down to sleep." But sleep she could not. The wide, bright, wistful blue eyes lay shining like two stars toward the fading light in the window, and the little ears were strained to catch every sound. She heard the shouts of Tom and Bill, the loud barking of Spring as they went out the door. And the sound went to her heart. Spring, her faithful attendant, the most loving and sympathetic of dogs, her friend and confidential counselor in many a solitary ramble. Spring had gone with the boys to see the sight, and left her alone. She began to pity herself and cry softly on her pillow. For a while she could hear Nabby's energetic movements below, washing up dishes, putting back chairs, and giving energetic thumps and bangs here and there, as her way was of producing order. But by and by, that was all over, and she heard the loud shutting of the kitchen door and Nabby's voice chatting with her attendant as she went off to the scene of gaiety. In those simple, innocent days of New England villages, nobody thought of locking house doors at night. There was in those times no idea either of tramps or burglars, and many a night in summer had Dolly lain awake and heard the voices of tree-toads and whippoorwills mingling with the whisper of leaves and the swaying of boughs, while the great outside door of the house lay broad open in the moonlight. But then this was when everybody was in the house and asleep, when the door of her parents' room stood open on the front hall, and she knew she could run to the paternal bed in a minute for protection. Now, however, she knew the house was empty. Everybody had gone out of it, and there was something fearful to a little lonely body in the possibilities of a great, empty house. She got up and opened her door, and the tick-tock of the old kitchen clock for a moment seemed like company. But pretty soon its ticking began to strike louder and louder with a nervous insistency on her ear, till the nerves quivered and vibrated, and she couldn't go to sleep. She lay and listened to all the noises outside. It was a still, clear, freezing night, when the least sound clinked with a metallic resonance. She heard the runners of sleighs squeaking and crunching over the frozen road, and the lively jingle of bells. They would come nearer, nearer, pass by the house, and go off in the distance. Those were the happy folks going to see the gold star and the Christmas greens in the church. The gold star, the Christmas greens, had all the more attraction from their vagueness. Dolly was a fanciful little creature, and the clear air and romantic scenery of a mountain town had fed her imagination. Stories she had never read, except in the Bible and the Pilgrim's Progress, but her very soul had vibrated with the descriptions of the celestial city, something vague, bright, glorious, lying beyond some dark river. And Nabby's rude account of what was going on in the church suggested those images. Finally, a bright thought popped into her head. She could see the church from the front windows of the house. She would go there and look. In haste, she sprang out of bed and dressed herself. It was sharp and freezing in the fireless chamber, but Dolly's blood had a racing, healthy tingle to it. She didn't mind cold. She wrapped her cloak around her and tied on her hood and ran to the front windows. There it was, to be sure, the little church with its sharp pointed windows, every pane of which was sending streams of light across the glittering snow. There was a crowd around the door, and men and boys looking in at the windows. Dolly's soul was fired, but the boughs a little obstructed her vision. She thought she would go down and look at it from the yard. So downstairs she ran, but as she opened the door, the sound of the chant rolled out into the darkness with sweet and solemn cadence. Glory be to God on high, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. Dolly's soul was all aglow. Her nerves tingled and vibrated. She thought of the bells ringing in the celestial city. She could no longer contain herself, but faster and faster the little hooded form scudded across the snowy plain and pushed in among the dark clusters of spectators at the door. All made way for the child, and in a moment, whether in the body or out she could not tell, Dolly was sitting in a little nook under a bower of spruce, gazing at the star and listening to the voices. We praise thee, we bless thee, we worship thee, we glorify thee, we give thanks to thee for thy great glory, O Lord God, heavenly King, God the Father Almighty. Her heart throbbed and beat. She trembled with a strange happiness, and as one entranced till the music was over. Then came reading, the rustle and murmur of people kneeling, and then they all rose, and there was the solemn buzz of voices repeating the creed with a curious, lulling sound to her ear. There was old Mr. Danforth, with his spectacles on, reading with a pompous tone, as if to witness a good confession for the church. And there was Squire Lewis, and old Ma'am Lewis. And there was one place where they all bowed their heads, and all the ladies made curtsies, all of which entertained her mightily. When the sermon began, Dolly got fast asleep, and slept as quietly as a pet lamb in a meadow, lying in a little warm roll back under the shadows of the spruces. She was so tired and so sound asleep that she did not wake when the service ended, lying serenely curled up and having perhaps pleasant dreams. She might have had the fortunes of little Goody Two-Shoes, whose history was detailed in one of the few children's books then printed, had not two friends united to find her out. Spring, who had got into the slips with the boys and been an equally attentive and edified listener, after service began a tour of investigation, dog fashion, with his nose. For how could a minister's dog form a suitable judgment of any new procedure if he was repressed from the use of his own leading faculty? So Spring went around the church, conscientiously smelling at pew doors, smelling of the greens, smelling at the heels of gentlemen and ladies, till he came near the door of the church, when he suddenly smelt something which called for immediate attention, and he made a side dart into the thicket where Dolly was sleeping, and began licking her face and hands, and pulling her dress, giving short barks occasionally, as if to say, "Come, Dolly, wake up." At the same instant, Hyle, who had seen her from the gallery, came down just as the little one was sitting up with a dazed, bewildered air. "Why, Dolly, how come you out of bed this time of night? Don't you know? The 9 o'clock bell's just rang." Dolly knew Hyle well enough. What child in the village did not? She reached up her little hands, saying in an apologetic fashion, "They were all gone away, and I was so lonesome." Hyle took her up in his long arms and carried her home, and was just entering the house door with her as the sleigh drove up with Parson Cushing and his wife. "Well, Parsons, your folks has all been to the 'lumination. Nabby and Bill and Tom and Dolly here. Found her all rolled up in a heap like a rabbit under the cedars. "Why, Dolly Cushing!" exclaimed her mother. "What upon earth got you out of bed this time of night? You'll catch your death of cold." "I was all alone," said Dolly, with a piteous bleat. "Oh, there, wife, don't say a word," put in the parson. "Get her off to bed. Never mind, Dolly, don't you cry." For Parson Cushing was a soft-hearted gentleman, and couldn't bear the sight of Dolly's quivering underlip. So Dolly told her little story, how she had been promised a sugar dog by Nabby if she'd be a good girl and go to sleep, and how she couldn't go to sleep, and how she just went down to look from the yard, and how the music drew her right over. There, said Parson Cushing. "Go to bed, Dolly. And if Nabby don't give you a sugar dog, I will. This Christmas dressing is all nonsense," he added. "But the child's not to blame. It was natural." After all, he said to his wife, the last thing after they were settled for the night, "Our little Dolly is an unusual child. There were not many little girls that would have dared to do that. I shall preach a sermon right away that will set all this Christmas matter straight," said the doctor. "There is not a shadow of evidence that the first Christians kept Christmas. It wasn't kept for the first 3 centuries. Nor was Christ born anywhere near the 25th of December. The next morning found little Dolly's blue eyes wide open with all the wondering eagerness of a new idea. Dolly had her wise thoughts about Christmas. She had been terribly frightened at first when she was brought home from the church, but when her papa kissed her and promised her a sugar dog, she was quite sure that, whatever the unexplained mystery might be, he did not think the lovely scene of the night before a wicked one. And when Mrs. Cushing came and covered the little girl up warmly in bed, she only said to her, "Dolly, you must never get out of bed again at night after you are put there. You might have caught a dreadful cold and been sick and died, and then we should have lost our little Dolly." So Dolly promised readily to be good and lie still ever after, no matter what attractions might be on foot in the community. Much was gained, however, and it was all clear gain, and forthwith the little fanciful head proceeded to make the most of it, thinking over every feature of the wonder. The child had a vibrating, musical organization, and the sway and rush of the chanting still sounded in her ears, and reminded her of that wonderful story in the Pilgrim's Progress, where the gate of the celestial city swung open, and there were voices that sung, "Blessing and honor and glory, and power be unto him who sitteth on the throne." And then that wonderful star that shone just as if it were a real star. How could it be? For Miss Ida Lewis, being a young lady of native artistic genius, had cut a little hole in the center of her gilt paper star, behind which was placed a candle, so that it gave real light in a way most astonishing to untaught eyes. In Dolly's simple view, it verged on the supernatural. Perhaps it was the very real star read about in the gospel story. Why not? Dolly was at the happy age when anything bright and heavenly seemed credible, and had the child faith to which all things were possible. "I wish, my dear," said Mrs. Cushing, after they were retired to their room for the night, "that tomorrow morning you would read the account of the birth of Christ in St. Matthew, and give the children some advice upon the proper way of keeping Christmas." "Well, but you know we don't keep Christmas. Nobody knows anything about Christmas," said the doctor. "You know what I mean, my dear," replied his wife. "You know that my mother and her family do keep Christmas. I always heard of it when I was a child, and even now, though I have been out of the way of it so long, I cannot help a sort of kindly feeling toward these ways. I am not surprised at all that the children got drawn over last night to the service. I think it's the most natural thing in the world, and I know by experience just how attractive such things are. I shouldn't wonder if this other church should draw very seriously on your congregation, but I don't want it to begin by taking away our own children. Dolly is an inquisitive child, a child that thinks a good deal, and she'll be asking all sorts of questions about the why and wherefore of what she saw last night." "Oh, yes, Dolly is a bright one. Dolly's an uncommon child," said the doctor, who had a pardonable pride in his children, they being, in fact, the only worldly treasure that he was at all rich in. He rose up early on the following Sabbath and proceeded to buy a sugar dog at the store of Lucius Jenks, and when Dolly came down to breakfast, he called her to him and presented it, saying, as he kissed her, "Papa gives you this, not because it is Christmas, but because he loves his Dolly." "But isn't it Christmas?" asked Dolly with a puzzled air. "No, child. Nobody knows when Christ was born, and there is nothing in the Bible to tell us when to keep Christmas." And then in family worship, the doctor read the account of the birth of Christ, and of the shepherds abiding in the fields who came at the call of the angels, and they sung the old hymn, "While shepherds watched their flocks by night." "Now, children," he said when all was over, "you must be good children and go to school. If we are going to keep any day on account of the birth of Christ, the best way to keep it is by doing all our duties on that day better than any other. Your duty is to be good children, go to school, and mind your lessons." Tom and Bill were quite ready to fall in with their father's view of the matter. As for Dolly, she put her little tongue advisedly to the back of her sugar dog, and found that he was very sweet indeed, a most tempting little animal. She even went so far as to nibble off a bit of the green ground he stood on, yet resolved heroically not to eat him at once, but to make him last as long as possible. She wrapped him tenderly in cotton and took him to the school with her, and when her confidential friend Bessie Lewis displayed her Christmas gifts, Dolly had something on her side to show, though she shook her curly head and informed Bessie in strict confidence that there wasn't any such thing as Christmas. Her papa had told her so, a heresy which Bessie forthwith reported when she went home at noon. "Poor little child! And did she say so?" asked gentle old Grandmamma Lewis. "Well, dear, you mustn't blame her. She don't know any better. You bring the little one in here tonight, and I'll give her a Christmas cookie. I'm sorry for such children." And so, after school, Dolly went in to see dear old Madam Lewis, who sat in her rocking chair in the front parlor, where the fire was snapping behind great tall brass andirons, and all the pictures were overshadowed with boughs of spruce and pine. Dolly gazed about her with awe and wonder. Over one of the pictures was suspended a cross of green with flowers of white everlasting. "What is that for?" asked Dolly, pointing solemnly with her little forefinger and speaking under her breath. "Dear child, that is the picture of my poor boy who died ever so many years ago. That is my cross. We have all one to carry." Dolly did not half understand these words, but she saw tears in the gentle old lady's eyes and was afraid to ask more. She accepted thankfully, and with her nicest and best executed courtesy, a Christmas cookie representing a good-sized fish, with fins all spread and pink sugar plums for eyes, and went home marveling yet more about this mystery of Christmas. As she was crossing the green to go home, the Poganuc stage drove in, with Hyle seated on high, whipping up his horses to make them execute the grand entrée, which was the glory of his daily existence. Now that the stage was on runners, and slipped noiselessly over the smooth frozen plain, Hyle cracked his whip more energetically and shouted louder, first to one horse, then to another, to make up for the loss of the rattling wheels. And he generally had the satisfaction of seeing all the women rushing distractedly to the doors and windows, and imagined them saying, "There's Hyle! The stage is in!" "Hello, Dolly!" he called out, drawing up with a suddenness which threw the four horses back upon their haunches. "I've got a bundle for your folks. Want a ride? You may just jump up here by me, and I'll take you round to your father's door." And so Dolly reached up her little red-mittened hand, and Hyle drew her up beside him. "Expect ye want a bit of a ride? And I got a bundle for Widder Badger down on South Street, so I guess I'll go round that way to make it longer. I expect this 'ere bundle is from some of your mall folks in Boston. 'Piscopals they be, and keeps Christmas. Good-sized bundle 'tis. Reckon it'll come handy in a good many ways." So, after finishing his detour, Hyle landed his little charge at the parsonage door. "Reckon I'll be over when I put up my horses," said he to Nabby, when he handed down the bundle to her. "I hain't been to see you much lately, Nabby, and I know you been a-pining after me, but fact is—" "Well now, Hyle Jones, you just shut up your little imperence," said Nabby, with flashing eyes. "You just look out, or you'll get something." "I expect to get a kiss when I come around tonight," said Hyle composedly. "Take care of that air bundle now. Maybe there's glass or crockery in it." "Hyle Jones," said Nabby, "don't give me none of your sass, for I won't take it. Jim Solon said last night you was the brassiest man he ever see. He said there was brass enough in your face to make a kettle of. You tell him there's sap enough in his head to fill it anyway," said Hyle. "Goodbye, Nabby. I'll come round this evening." And he drove away at a rattling pace, while Nabby, with flushed cheeks and snapping eyes, soliloquized, "Well, I hope he will come. I'd just like a chance to show him how little I care for him." Meanwhile, the bundle was soon opened, and contained a store of treasures. A smart little red dress and a pair of red shoes for Dolly, a half-dozen pocket handkerchiefs for Dr. Cushing, and Robinson Crusoe and Sanford and Merton handsomely bound for the boys, and a bonnet trimming for Mrs. Cushing. These were accompanied by a characteristic letter from Aunt Debbie Kittery, opening as follows: "Dear Sister, Mother worries because she thinks you won't get any Christmas presents. However, this comes to give every one of you some of the crumbs which fall from the church's table. And Mother says she wishes you all a pious Christmas, which she thinks is better than a merry one. If I didn't lay violent hands on her, she would use all her substance in riotous giving of Christmas presents to all the beggars and chimney sweeps in Boston. She is in good health and talks daily of wanting to see you and the children, and I hope before long you will bring some of them and come and make us a visit. Your affectionate sister, Debbie Kittery. There was a scene of exultation and clamor in the parsonage as these presents were pulled out and discussed, and when all possible joy was procured from them in the sitting-room, the children rushed in a body into the kitchen and showed them to Nabby, calling on her to join their acclamations. On the whole, when Dolly had said her prayers that night and thought the matter over, she concluded that her Christmas day had been quite a success. The second Christmas. Once more had Christmas come round in Poganuc. Once more the Episcopal Church was being dressed with ground pine and spruce. But this year, economy begun to make its claim felt. An illumination might do very well to open a church, but there were many who said, "To what purpose is this waste?" when the proposition was made to renew it yearly. Consequently, it was resolved to hold the Christmas Eve service with only that necessary amount of light which would enable the worshippers to read the prayers. On this Christmas Eve, Dolly went to bed at her usual hour with a resigned and quiet spirit. She felt herself a year older, and more than a year wiser, than when Christmas had dawned upon her consciousness. Miss Persis appeared on the ground by day dawn. A great kettle was slung over the kitchen fire, in which cakes of tallow were speedily liquefying. A frame was placed quite across the kitchen to sustain candle rods, with a train of boards underneath to catch the drippings. And Miss Persis, with a brow like one of the Fates, announced, "Now we can't have any young'uns in this kitchen today." And Dolly saw there was no getting any attention in that quarter. Miss Persis, in a gracious Saturday afternoon mood, sitting in her own tent door, dispensing hospitalities and cookies, was one thing. But Miss Persis in her armor, with her loins girded with a hard day's work to be conquered, was quite another. She was terrible as Minerva with her helmet on. Dinner baskets for all the children were hastily packed, and they were sent off to school with the injunction, on no account, to show their faces about the premises till night. The doctor, warned of what was going on, retreated to his study at the top of the house, where, serenely above the lower cares of earth, he sailed off into President Edwards' treatise on the nature of true virtue, concerning which he was preparing a paper to read at the next association meeting. That candles were a necessity of life he was well convinced, and by faith he dimly accepted the fact that one day in the year the whole house was to be devoted and given up to this manufacture, and his part of the business, as he understood it, was, clearly, to keep himself out of the way till it was over. "There won't be much of a dinner at home anyway," said Nabby to Dolly, as she packed her basket with an extra doughnut or two. "I've got to go to church today, 'cause I'm one of the singers, and your ma'll be busy waiting on her. So we shall just have a pick-up dinner, and you be sure not to come home till night. By that time it'll be all over." Dolly trotted off to school, well content with the prospect before her. A nooning with leave to play with the girls at school was not an unpleasant idea. But the first thing that saluted her on her arrival was that Bessie Lewis, her own dear particular Bessie, was going to have a Christmas party at her house that afternoon, and was around distributing invitations right and left among the scholars with a generous freedom. "We are going to have nuts and raisins and cakes and mottos," said Bessie, with artless triumph. The news of this bill of fare spread like wildfire through the school. Never had a party been heard of which contemplated such a liberal entertainment, for the rising generation of Poganuc were by no means wearied with indulgence, and raisins and almonds stood for grandeur with them. But these mottos, which consisted of bits of confectionery wrapped up in printed couplets of sentimental poetry, were an unheard of refinement. Bessie assured them that her papa had sent clear to Boston for them, and whoever got one would have his or her fortune told by it. The school was a small, select one, comprising the children of all ages from the best families of Poganuc, both boys and girls, and all with great impartiality, had been invited. Miss Titcomb, the teacher, quite readily promised to dismiss at 3 o'clock that afternoon any scholar who should bring a permission from parents, and the children nothing doubted that such a permission was obtainable. Dolly alone saw a cloud in the horizon. She had been sent away with strict injunctions not to return till evening, and children in those days never presumed to make any exceptions in obeying an absolute command of their parents.
"But of course you'll go home at noon and ask your mother, and of course she'll let you, won't she, girls?"
said Bessie.
"Oh, certainly. Of course she will," said all the older girls, "because you know a party is a thing that don't happen every day, and your mother would think it strange if you didn't come and ask her."
So too thought Miss Titcomb, a most exemplary, precise, and proper young lady, who always moved and spoke and thought as become a schoolmistress, so that although she was in reality only 20 years old, Dolly considered her as very advanced and ancient person, if anything a little older than her father and mother. Even she was of opinion that Dolly might properly go home to lay a case of such importance before her mother. And so Dolly rushed home after the morning school was over, running with all her might, and increasing in mental excitement as she ran. Her bonnet blew off upon her shoulders, her curls flew behind her in the wind, and she most inconsiderately used up the little stock of breath that she would want to set her cause in order before her mother. Just here we must beg any mother and housekeeper to imagine herself in the very midst of the most delicate, perplexing, and laborious of household tasks, when interruption is most irksome and perilous, suddenly called to discuss with a child some new and startling proposition, to which at the moment she cannot even give a thought. Mrs. Cushing was sitting in the kitchen with Miss Persis, by the side of a cauldron of melted tallow, kept in a fluid state by the heat of a portable furnace on which it stood. A long train of half-dipped candles hung like so many stalactites from the frames on which the rods rested, and the two were patiently dipping set after set and replacing them again on the frame.
As sure as I'm alive, if there isn't Dolly Cushion coming back, running and tearing like a wild creetur," said Miss Persis. "She'll be here in a minute and knock everything down." Mrs. Cushing looked, and with quick movement stepped to the door. "Dolly, what are you here for? Didn't I tell you not to come home this noon?" "Oh, Mama, there's going to be a party at General Lewis's, Bessie's party, and the girls are all going. Mayn't I go?" "No, you can't. It's impossible," said her mother. "Your best dress isn't ready to wear, and there's nobody can spend time to get you ready. Go right back to school." "But, Mama—" "Go," said her mother, in the decisive tone that mothers used in the old days, when arguing with children was not a possibility. "What's this all about?" asked the doctor, looking out of the door. "Why," said Mrs. Cushing, "there's going to be a party at General Lewis's, and Dolly is wild to go. It's just impossible for me to attend to her now." "Oh, I don't want her intimate at Lewis's," said the doctor, and immediately he came out behind his wife. "There, run away to school, Dolly," he said. "Don't trouble your mother. You don't want to go to parties. Why, it's foolish to think of it. Run away now, and don't think any more about it. There's a good girl." Dolly turned and went back to school, the tears freezing on her cheek as she went. As for not thinking any more about it, that was impossible. When 3 o'clock came, scholar after scholar rose and departed, until at last Dolly was the only one remaining in the schoolroom. When Dolly came home that night, the coast was clear, and the candles were finished and put away to harden in a freezing cold room. The kitchen was once more restored, and Nabby bustled about getting supper as if nothing had happened. "I really feel sorry about poor Dolly," said Mrs. Cushing to her husband. "Do you think she cared much?" asked the doctor, looking as if a new possibility had struck his mind. "Yes, indeed, poor child. She went away crying. But what could I do about it? I couldn't stop to dress her." "Wife, we must take her somewhere to make up for it," said the doctor. Just then the stage stopped at the door, and a bundle from Boston was handed in. Dolly's tears were soon wiped and dried, and her mourning was turned into joy when a large, jointed London doll emerged from the bundle, the Christmas gift of her grandmother in Boston. Dolly's former darling was old and shabby, but this was of twice the size, with cheeks exhibiting a state of the most florid health. Besides this, there was, as usual in Grandma's Christmas bundle, something for every member of the family, and so the evening went on festive wings. Poor little Dolly! Only that afternoon she had watered with her tears at school, the dismal long straight seam which stretched on before her, as life sometimes does to us, bare, disagreeable, and cheerless. She had come home crying, little dreaming of the joy just approaching. But before bedtime, no cricket in the hearth was cheerier or more noisy. She took the new Dolly to bed with her, and could hardly sleep for the excitement of her company. Meanwhile, Hyle had brought the doctor a message to the following effect: "I was driving by Mr. Tim Hawkins, and Miss Hawkins, she comes out and says they're going to have an apple cutting there tomorrow night, and she would like to have you and Miss Cushing and all your folks come, Nabby and all." The doctor and his lady, of course, assented. "Well then, doctor, if it's all one to you," continued Hyle, "I'd like to take you over in my new double sleigh." I've just got 2 new strings of bells up from Boston, and I think we'll sort of make the snow fly. S'pose there'd be no objection to taking my mother along with ye?"
"Oh, Hyle, we shall be delighted to go in company with your mother, and we're ever so obliged to you," said Mrs. Cushing.
"Well, I'll be round by 6 o'clock," said Hyle.
"Then, wife," said the doctor, "we'll take Dolly and make up for the loss of her party." Punctually at 6, Hyle's 2 horses, with all their bells jingling, stood at the door of the parsonage, whence Tom and Bill, who had been waiting with caps and mittens on for the last half hour, burst forth with irrepressible shouts of welcome.
"Take care now, boys. Don't haul them buffalo skins out on the snow," said Hyle. "Don't get things in a muss, generally. Wait for your ma and the doctor. Got to stow the grown folks in first. Boys can hang on anywhere."
And so first came Mrs. Cushing and the doctor, and were installed on the back seat, with Dolly in between. Then hot bricks were handed in to keep feet warm, and the buffalo robe was tucked down securely. Then Nabby took her seat by Hyle in front, and the sleigh drove round for old Mrs. Jones. The doctor insisted on giving up his place to her and tucking her warmly under the buffalo robe, while he took the middle seat and acted as moderator between the boys, who were in a wild state of hilarity. Spring, with explosive barks, raced first on this and then on that side of the sleigh as it flew swiftly over the smooth, frozen road. The stars blinked white and clear out of a deep blue sky, and the path wound uphill among the cedars and junipers and clumps of mountain laurel, on whose broad green leaves the tufts of snow lay like clusters of white roses. The keen, clean air was full of stimulus and vigor, and so Hyle's proposition to take the longest way met with enthusiastic welcome from all the party. Next to being a bird and having wings is the sensation of being borne over the snow by a pair of spirited horses who enjoy the race, apparently as much as those they draw. Though Hyle contrived to make the ride about 8 miles, it yet seemed but a short time before the party drove up to the great red farmhouse, whose lighted windows sent streams of radiant welcome far out into the night. Our little Dolly had had an evening of unmixed bliss. Everybody had petted her and talked to her and been delighted with her sayings and doings, and she was carrying home a paper parcel of sweet things which good Mrs. Hawkins had forced into her hand at parting. She had spent a really happy Christmas. End of section 17. Christmas in Poganuc.
Section 18 of A Budget of Christmas Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Jane Conlon. The Christmas Princess by Mrs. Molesworth. In the olden times, there lived a king who was worthy of the name. He loved his people, and his people loved him in return. His kingdom must have been large. At least it appears to be beyond doubt that it extended a good way in different directions, for it was called the Kingdom of the Four Orts, which, of course, as everybody knows, means that he had possessions north, south, east, and west. It was not so large, however, but that he was able to manage it well for himself, that is to say, with certain help, which I will tell you of. A year never passed without his visiting every part of his dominions and inquiring for himself into the affairs of his subjects. Perhaps, who can say? The world was not so big in those days. Doubtless, however that may have been, there were not so many folk living on it. Many things were different in those times. Many things existed which nowadays would be thought strange and incredible. Human beings knew much more than they do now about the other dwellers on the earth. For instance, it was no uncommon case to find learned men who were able to converse with animals quite as well as with each other. Fairies, of course, were often visible to mortal eyes, and it was considered quite natural that they should interfere for good. Sometimes, perhaps, for evil, as to that I cannot say, in human affairs. And good King Braveheart was especially favored in this way. For the help which, as I said, was his in governing his people was that of 4 very wise counselors indeed. The 4 fairies of the north and the south, the east and the west. These sisters were very beautiful as well as very wise. Though older than the world itself, they always looked young. They were very much attached to each other, though they seldom met, and it must be confessed that sometimes, on such occasions, there were stormy scenes, though they made it up afterward, and the advice they gave was always to be relied upon. Now King Braveheart was married. His wife was young and charming and devotedly fond of him, but she was of a rather jealous and exacting disposition, and she had been much spoilt in her youth at her own home. She was sweet and loving, however, which makes up for a good deal, and always ready to take part in any scheme for the good of their people, provided it did not separate her from her husband. They had no children, though they had been married for some years. But at last there came the hope of an heir, and the Queen's delight was unbounded, nor was the King's joy less than hers. It was late autumn, or almost winter, when a great trouble befell the pretty Queen. The weather had grown suddenly cold, and a few snowflakes even had fallen before their time, but Queen Claribel only clapped her hands at the sight, for with the winter she hoped the baby would come, and she welcomed the signs of its approach on this account. The King, however, looked grave, and when the next morning the ground was all white, the trees and the bushes covered with silvery foliage, he looked graver still. "Something is amiss," he said. "The fairy of the north must be on her way, and it is not yet time for her visit." And that very afternoon the snow fell again, more heavily than before, and the frost wind whistled down the chimneys and burst open the doors and windows, and all the palace servants went hurrying and scurrying about to make great fires and hang up thick curtains and get everything in order for the cold season, which they had not expected so soon. "It will not last," said the King quietly. "In a few days there will be milder weather again." But nevertheless, he still looked grave. And early the next morning, as he was sitting with the Queen, who was beginning to feel a little frightened at the continuance of the storm, the double doors of her boudoir suddenly flew open, an icy blast filled the room, and a tall, white-shrouded figure stood before them. "I have come to fetch you, Braveheart," she said abruptly. "You are wanted, sorely wanted in my part of the world. The people are starving. The season has been a poor one, and there has been bad faith. Some few powerful men have bought up the grain, which was already scarce, and refused to let the poor folk have it. Nothing will save their lives or prevent sad suffering but your own immediate presence. Are you ready? You must have seen I was coming." She threw off her mantle as she spoke and sank onto a couch. Strong as she was, she seemed tired with the rate at which she had traveled, and the warm air of the room was oppressive to her. Her clear, beautiful features looked harassed, her gray eyes full of anxiety. For the moment, she took no notice of the Queen. "Are you ready?" she repeated. "Yes, I am ready," said Brave Heart, as he rose to his feet. But the Queen threw herself upon him with bitter crying and reproaches. Would he leave her, and at such a time, a prey to all kinds of terrible anxiety? Then she turned to the fairy and upbraided her in unmeasured language. But the Spirit of the North glanced at her with calm pity. "Poor child," she said, "I had almost forgotten you. The sights I have seen of late have been so terrible that they absorb me. Take courage, Claribel. Show yourself a queen. Think of the suffering mothers and their little ones whom your husband hastens to aid. All will be well with you, believe me. But you too must be brave and unselfish." It was no use. All she said but made the Queen more indignant. She would scarcely bid her husband farewell. She turned her back to the fairy with undignified petulance. "Foolish child," said the Northern Spirit. "She will learn better some day." Then she gave all her attention to the matter she had come about, explaining to the king as they journeyed exactly the measures he must take and the difficulties to be overcome. But though the king had the greatest faith in her advice, and never doubted that it was his duty to obey, his heart was sore, as you can understand. Things turned out as he had said. The severe weather disappeared again as if by magic, and some weeks of unusually mild days followed. And when the winter did set in for good at last, it was with no great rigor. From time to time, news reached the palace of the king's welfare. The tidings were cheering. His presence was effecting all that the fairy had hoped. So Queen Claribel ought to have been happy, but she was determined not to be. She did nothing but cry and abuse the fairy, declaring that she would never see her dear Brave Heart again, and that if ever her baby came, she was sure it would not live, or that there would be something dreadful the matter with it. "It is not fair," she kept saying. "It is a shame that I should suffer so." And even when on Christmas Eve a beautiful little girl was born, as pretty and lively and healthy as could be wished, and even though the next day brought the announcement of the king's immediate return, Claribel still nursed her resentment, though in the end it came to be directed entirely against the fairy. For when she saw Brave Heart again, his tender affection and his delight in his little daughter made it impossible for her not to forgive him, as she expressed it, though she could not take any interest in his accounts of his visit to the north and all he had been able to do there. A great feast was arranged in honor of the christening of the little princess. All the grand people of the neighborhood were bidden to it, nor, you may be sure, did the good king forget the poorer folk. The 4 fairies were invited, for it was a matter of course that they should be the baby's godmothers. And though the queen would gladly have excluded the northern fairy, she dared not even hint at such a thing. But she resolved in her own mind to do all in her power to show that she was not the welcome fairy. On such occasions, when human beings were honored by the presence of fairy visitors, these distinguished guests were naturally given precedence of all others. Otherwise, very certainly they would never have come again. Even among fairies themselves, there are ranks and formalities, and the queen well knew that the first place was due to the northern spirit. But she gave instructions that this rule should be departed from, and the snow fairy, as she was sometimes called, found herself placed at the king's left hand, separated from him by her sister of the west, instead of next to him on the right, which seat, on the contrary, was occupied by the fairy of the south. She glanced round her calmly, but took no notice, and the king, imagining that by her own choice perhaps she had chosen the unusual position, made no remark, and the feast progressed with the accustomed splendor and rejoicing. But at the end, when the moment arrived at which the 4 godmothers were expected to state their gifts to the baby, the Queen's spite could be no longer concealed. "I request," she exclaimed, "that for reasons well known to herself, to the King, and to myself, the Northern Fairy's gift may be the last in order instead of the first." The King started and grew pale. The beautiful soft-voiced Fairy of the South, in her glowing golden draperies, would fain have held back, for her affection for her sterner sister was largely mingled with awe. But the Snow Fairy signed to her imperiously to speak. "I bestow upon Princess Sweetheart," she said, half tremblingly, "the gift of great beauty." "And I," said the Spirit of the East, who came next, her red robes falling majestically around her, her dark hair lying smoothly in its thick masses on her broad, low forehead. "I give her great powers of intellect and intelligence." "And I," said the Western Fairy, with a bright, breezy flutter of her sea-green garments, "health, perfect health and strength of body, as my gift to the pretty child." "And you," said the Queen bitterly, "you cold-hearted fairy, who have done your best to kill me with misery, who came between my husband and me, making him neglect me as he never would have done but for your influence, what will you give my child? Will you do something to make amends for the suffering you caused? I would rather my pretty baby were dead than that she lived to endure what I have of late endured." "Life and death are not mine to bestow or withhold," said the Northern Spirit calmly, as she drew her white garments more closely round her with a majestic air. "So your rash words, foolish woman, fortunately for you all, cannot touch the child. But something, much, I can do, and I will. She shall not know the suffering you dread for her with so cowardly a fear. She shall be what you choose to fancy I am, and instead of the name you have given her, she shall be known for what she is, Princess Iceheart." She turned to go, but the King on one hand, her 3 sisters on the other, started forward to detain her. "Have pity!" exclaimed the former. "Sister, bethink you!" said the latter. The Western Fairy added beseechingly, the tears springing in her blue eyes, which so quickly changed from bright to sad. "Say something to soften this hard fate. Undo it you cannot, I know, or at least allow me to mitigate it if I can." The Snow Fairy stopped. In truth, she was far from hard-hearted or remorseless, and already she was beginning to feel half sorry for what she had done. "What do you propose?" she said coldly. The Fairy of the West threw back her auburn hair with a gesture of impatience. "I would I knew," she said. "'Tis a hard knot you have tied, my sister. For that which would mend the evil wrought seems to me impossible while the evil exists. The cure and the cessation of the disease are one. How could the heart of ice be melted till tender feelings warm it? And how can tender feelings find entrance into a feelingless heart? Alas, alas! I can but predict what sounds like a mockery of your trouble," she went on, turning to the King, though indeed by this time she might have included the Queen in her sympathy. For Claribel stood, horrified at the result of her mad resentment, as pale as Braveheart himself. "Hearken!" And her expressive face, over which sunshine and showers were wont to chase each other as on an April day, for such, as all know, is the nature of the changeful, lovable spirit of the West, for once grew still and statue-like, while her blue eyes pierced far into the distance. "The day on which the Princess of the Icy Heart shall shed a tear, that heart shall melt, but then only." The Northern Fairy murmured something under her breath, but what the words were no one heard, for it was not many that dared stand near to her, so terribly cold was her presence. The graceful spirit of the South fluttered her golden locks, and with a little sigh drew her radiant mantle round her, and kissed her hand in farewell, while the thoughtful-eyed, mysterious Eastern fairy linked her arm in that of her Western sister, and whispered that the solution of the problem should have her most earnest study. And the green-robed spirit tried to smile through her tears in farewell, as she suffered herself to be led away. So the 4 strange guests departed. But their absence was not followed by the usual outburst of unconstrained festivity. On the contrary, a sense of sorrow and dread hung over all who remained, and before long, everyone not immediately connected with the palace respectfully but silently withdrew, leaving the king and queen to their mysterious sorrow. Clarabelle flew to the baby's cradle. The little princess was sleeping soundly. She looked rosy and content, a picture of health. Her mother called eagerly to the king. "She seems just as usual," she exclaimed. "Perhaps, after all, I have done no harm." For, strange to say, her resentment against the northern fairy had died away. She now felt nothing but shame and regret for her own wild temper. "Perhaps," she went on, "it was but to try me, to teach me a lesson, that the snow fairy uttered those terrible words." Brave Heart pitied his wife deeply, but he shook his head. "I dare not comfort you with any such hopes," he said, "my poor Clarabelle. The fairy is true, true as steel. If you could but have trusted her, had you seen her, as I have done, full of tenderest pity for suffering, you could never have so maligned her." Clarabelle did not answer, but her tears dropped on the baby's face. The little princess seemed annoyed by them. She put up her tiny hand and, with a fretful expression, brushed them off. And that very evening the certainty came. The head nurse sent for the queen while she was undressing the child, and the mother hastened to the nursery. The attendants were standing round in the greatest anxiety, for, though the baby looked quite well otherwise, there was the strangest coldness over her left side, in the region of the heart. The skin looked perfectly colorless, and the soft cambric and still softer flannel of the finest which had covered the spot were stiff, as if they had been exposed to a winter night's frost. "Alas!" exclaimed Clarabelle. But that was all. It was no use sending for doctors, no use doing anything. Her own delicate hand, when she laid it on the baby's heart, was, as it were, blistered with cold. The next morning she found it covered with chilblains. But the baby did not mind. She flourished amazingly, heart or no heart. She was perfectly healthy, ate well, slept well, and soon gave signs of unusual intelligence. She was seldom put out, but when angry, she expressed her feelings by loud roars and screams, though with never a tear. At first, this did not seem strange, as no infant sheds tears during the earliest weeks of its life. But when she grew to 6 months old, then to a year, then to 2 and 3, and was near her 4th birthday without ever crying, it became plain that the prediction was indeed to be fulfilled. And the name Iceheart clung to her. In spite of all her royal parents' commands to the contrary, Princess Iceheart she was called far and near. It seemed as if people could not help it. Sweetheart, we cannot name her, for sweet she is not, was murmured by all who came in contact with her. And it was true. Sweet she certainly was not. She was beautiful and healthy and intelligent, but she had no feeling. In some ways she gave little trouble. Her temper, though occasionally violent, was, as a rule, placid. She seemed contented in almost all circumstances. When her good old nurse died, she remarked coolly that she hoped her new attendant would dress her hair more becomingly. When King Braveheart started on some of his distant journeys, she bade him good-bye with a smile, observing that if he never came home again, it would be rather amusing, as she would then reign instead of him. And when she saw her mother break into sobs at her unnatural speech, she stared at her in blank astonishment. And so things went on until Iceheart reached her 17th year. By this time she was, as regarded her outward appearance, as beautiful as the fondest of parents could desire. She was also exceedingly strong and healthy, and the powers of her mind were unusual. Her education had been carefully directed, and she had learnt with ease and interest. She could speak in several languages. Her paintings were worthy of admiration, as they were skilful and well executed. She could play with brilliancy on various instruments. She had also been taught to sing, but her voice was metallic and unpleasing. But she could discuss scientific and philosophical subjects with the sages of her father's kingdom like one of themselves. And besides all this care bestowed upon her training, no stone had been left unturned in hopes of awakening in the unfortunate girl some affection or emotion. Every day the most soul-stirring poetry was read aloud to her by the greatest elocutionists. The most exciting and moving dramas were enacted before her. She was taken to visit the poor of the city in their pitiable homes. She was encouraged to see sad sights from which most soft-hearted maidens would instinctively flee. But all was in vain. She would express interest and ask intelligent questions with calm, unmoved features and dry eyes. Even music, from which much had been hoped, was powerless to move her to aught but admiration of the performer's skill or curiosity as to the construction of their instruments. There was but one peculiarity about her, which sometimes, though they could not have explained why, seemed to Iceheart's unhappy parents to hint at some shadowy hope. The sight of tears was evidently disagreeable to her. More certainly than anything else did the signs of weeping arouse one of her rare fits of anger, so much so that now and then for days together the poor queen dared not come near her child, and tears were to her a frequent relief from her lifelong regrets. So beautiful and wealthy and accomplished a maiden was naturally not without suitors, and from this direction, too, at first, Queen Claribel trusted fondly that cure might come. "If she could but fall in love," she said, the first time the idea struck her. "My poor dear," replied the king, "to see, you must have eyes. To love, you must have a heart." "But a heart she has," persisted the mother. "It is only, as it were, asleep, frozen, like the winter's stream, which bursts forth again into ever-fresh life and movement with the awakening spring." So lovers were invited, and lovers came, and were made welcome by the dozen. Lovers of every description, rich and poor, old and young, handsome and ugly. So long as they were of passable birth and fair character, King Braveheart was not too particular, in the forlorn hope that among them one fortunate wight might rouse some sentiment in the lovely statue he desired to win. But all in vain. Each prince or duke, or simply knight, duly instructed in the sad case, did his best. One would try poetry, another his lute, a third sighs and appeals, a fourth, imagining he had made some way, would attempt the bold stroke of telling Iceheart that unless she could respond to his adoration, he would drown himself. She only smiled and begged him to allow her to witness the performance. She had never seen anyone drown. So, One by one, the troop of aspirants, some in disgust, some in strange fear, some in annoyance, took their departure, preferring a more ordinary spouse than the bewitched though beautiful princess. And she saw them go with calmness, though in 1 or 2 cases she had replied to her parents that she had no objection to marry Prince so-and-so or Count such-another if they desired it. It would be rather agreeable to have a husband if he gave her plenty of presents and did all she asked. Though a sighing and moaning lover, or a man who was always twiddling a fiddle or making verses, I could not stand, she would add contemptuously. So King Braveheart thought it best to try no such experiment, and in future no gentleman was allowed to present himself except with the understanding that he alone who should succeed in making Princess Iceheart shed a tear would be accepted as her betrothed. This proclamation diminished at once the number of suitors. Indeed, after 1 or 2 candidates had failed, no more appeared. So well did it come to be known that the attempt was hopeless. And for more than a year Princess Iceheart was left to herself, very much apparently to her satisfaction. But all this time the mystic sisters were not idle or forgetful. Several of the aspirants to Iceheart's hand had been chosen by them and conveyed to the neighborhood of the palace by their intermediacy from remote lands. And among these, one of the few who had found some slight favor in the maiden's eyes was a special protege of the Western fairy, the young and spirited Prince Francolin. He was not one of the sighing or sentimental order of swains. He was full of life and adventure and brightness, and his heart was warm and generous. He admired the beautiful girl, but he pitied her still more, and this pity was the real motive which made him yield to the fairy's proposal that he should try again. "You please the poor child," she said, when she arrived one day at the prince's home to talk over her new idea. "You made her smile by your liveliness and fun, for I was there when you little knew it. The girl has been overdosed with sentimentality and doleful strains. I believe we have been on a wrong track all this time." "What do you propose?" said Francolin gravely, for he could be serious enough when seriousness was called for. "She did not actually dislike me, but that is the most that can be said. And however I may feel for her, however I may admire her beauty and intelligence, nothing would induce me to wed a bride who could not return my affection. Indeed, I could scarcely feel any for such a one." "Ah, no, I agree with you entirely," said the fairy. "But listen, my power is great in some ways. I am well versed in ordinary enchantment, and am most willing to employ my utmost skill for my unfortunate goddaughter." She then unfolded to him her scheme, and obtained his consent to it. "Now is your time," she said in conclusion. "I hear on the best authority that Iceheart is feeling rather dull and bored at present. It is some time since she has had the variety of a new suitor, and she will welcome any distraction." And she proceeded to arrange all the details of her plan. So it came to pass that very shortly after the conversation I have related, there was great excitement in the capital city of the kingdom of the 4 Orts. After an interval of more than a year, a new suitor had at length presented himself for the hand of the Princess Iceheart. Only the king and queen received the news with melancholy indifference. "He may try as the others have done," said Braveheart to the messenger, announcing the arrival of the stranger at the gates, accompanied by a magnificent retinue. "But it is useless." For the poor king was fast losing all hope of his daughter's case. He was growing aged and careworn before his time. "Does he know the terms attached to his acceptance?" inquired the queen. "Yes. The messenger from the unknown candidate for the hand of the beautiful Ice Heart had been expressly charged to say that the Prince Jocko, such was the newcomer's name, was fully informed as to all particulars and prepared to comply with the conditions. The princess's parents smiled somewhat bitterly. They had no hope, but still they could not forbid the attempt. "Prince Jocko?" said the king. "Not a very prince-like name. However, it matters little." A few hours later, the royal pair and their daughter, with all their attendants, in great state and ceremony, were awaiting their guest. And soon a blast of trumpets announced his approach. His retinue was indeed magnificent. Horsemen in splendid uniforms, followed by a troop of white mules with Negro riders in gorgeous attire. Then musicians, succeeded by the prince's immediate attendants, defiled before the great marble steps in front of the palace, at the summit of which the king, with the queen and princess, was seated in state. Ice Heart clapped her hands. "'Tis as good as a show," she said. "But where is the prince?" As she said the word, the cortege halted. A litter with closely drawn curtains drew up at the foot of the steps. "Gracious!" exclaimed the princess. "I hope he is not a mollycoddle." But before there was time to say more, the curtains of the litter were drawn aside, and in another moment an attendant had lifted out its occupant, who forthwith proceeded to ascend the steps. The parents and their daughter stared at each other and gasped. Prince Jocko was neither more nor less than a monkey. But such a monkey as never before had been seen. He was more comical than words can express, and when at last he stood before them and bowed to the ground, a three-cornered hat in his hand, his sword sticking straight out behind, his tail sweeping the ground, the effect was irresistible. King Braveheart turned his head aside. Queen Clarabelle smothered her face in her handkerchief. Princess Iceheart opened her pretty mouth wide and forgot to close it again, while a curious expression stole into her beautiful eyes. Was it a trick? No. Prince Jocko proceeded to speak. He laid his little brown paw on his heart, bowed again, coughed, sneezed, and finally began an oration. If his appearance was too funny, his words and gestures were 100 times more so. He rolled his eyes, he declaimed, he posed and pirouetted like a miniature dancing master, and his little cracked voice rose higher and higher as his own fine words and expressions increased in eloquence. And at last, a sound, which never before had been heard save faintly, made everyone start. The princess was laughing as if she could no longer contain herself. Clear, ringing, merry laughter, which it did one's heart good to hear. And on she went, laughing ever, till she flung herself at her mother's feet, the tears rolling down her cheeks. "Oh, mamma!" she exclaimed. "I never—" And then she went off again. But Prince Jocko suddenly grew silent. He stepped up to Iceheart and, respectfully raising her hand to his lips, gazed earnestly, beseechingly into her face, his own keen, sharp eyes gradually growing larger and deeper in expression, till they assumed the pathetic, wistful look of appeal one often sees in those of a noble dog. "Ah, princess," he murmured, and Iceheart stopped laughing. She pressed her hand to her side. "Father, mother," she cried, "help me, help me! Am I dying? What has happened to me?" And with a strange, long-drawn sigh, she sank fainting to the ground. There was great excitement in the palace, hurrying to and fro, fetching of doctors, and much alarm. But when the princess had been carried indoors and laid on a couch, she soon revived. And who can describe the feelings of the king and queen when she turned to them with a smile such as they had never seen on her face before? "Dearest father, dearest mother," she said, "how I love you! Those strange warm drops that filled my eyes seem to have brought new life to me." And as the queen passed her arm round the maiden, she felt no chill of cold such as used to thrill her with misery every time she embraced her child. "Sweetheart, my own sweetheart," she whispered. And the princess whispered back, "Yes, call me by that name always." All was rejoicing when the wonderful news of the miraculous cure spread through the palace and the city. But still, the parents' hearts were sore, for was not the king's word pledged that his daughter should marry him who had effected this happy change? And this was no other than Jocko the monkey. The prince had disappeared at the moment that Ice Heart fainted, and now, with his retinue, he was encamped outside the walls. All sorts of ideas occurred to the king. "I cannot break my word," he said, "but we might try to persuade the little monster to release me from it." But the princess would not hear of this. "No," she said, "I owe him too deep a debt of gratitude to think of such a thing. And in his eyes I read more than I can put in words. No, dear father, you must summon him at once to be presented to our people as my affianced husband." So again the cortege of Prince Jocko made its way to the palace, and again the litter, with its closely drawn curtains, drew up at the marble steps. And Sweetheart stood, pale but calm and smiling, to welcome her ridiculous betrothed. But who is this that quickly mounts the stairs with firm and manly tread? Sweetheart nearly swooned again. "Jocko?" she murmured. "Where's Jocko? Why, this is Prince Francolin." "Yes, dear child," said a bright voice beside her. And turning round, Sweetheart beheld the Western fairy who, with her sisters, had suddenly arrived. Yes, indeed, Francolin and no other. The universal joy may be imagined. Even the grave fairy of the north smiled with pleasure and delight, and, as she kissed her pretty goddaughter, she took the girl's hand and pressed it against her own heart. "Never misjudge me, sweetheart," she whispered. "Cold as I seem to those who have not courage to approach me closely, my heart, under my icy mantle, is as warm as is now your own." And so it was. Where can we get a better ending than the time-honored one? Francolin and Sweetheart were married and lived happily ever after. And who knows but what in the kingdom of the Four Orts they are living happily still. If only we knew the way thither, we might see for ourselves if it is so.
End of section 18. Recording by Mary Jane Conlon.